Chapter 14 of Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. Chapter 14. Effecting a Diversion. At 12 o'clock the next day, Terence rode up to his regiment just as it had halted for 2 hours' rest. As soon as he was recognized, the men leapt to their feet, cheering vociferously, and gathered round him, while a minute or two later, Herrera, Ryan, and the two majors ran up to greet him. "I have been expecting you for the last month," Ryan exclaimed, "though how you were to get through the French lines was more than I can imagine. Still, I made sure you would do it somehow." "You gave me credit for more sharpness than I possess, Dick. I felt sure it could not be done, and so I had to go right down to Cadiz, and back to Lisbon by ship. It was a very much easier affair than ours was, and I met with no adventures and no difficulties on the way." "Well, Herrera, I heard at headquarters that the regiment is going on well, and that they fought stoutly at Banos. Your loss was not heavy, I hope." "We had 53 killed and 100 more or less severely wounded. More than half of them have rejoined. The vacancies have been filled up, and the two battalions are both at their full strength. Two of the captains, Fernandez and Panza, were killed. I've appointed two of the sergeants temporarily, pending your confirmation on your return." "It is well that it is no worse. They were both good men, and will be a loss to us. Whom have you appointed in their places?" "Gomez and Mendoza, the two sergeant majors. They are both men of good family, and thoroughly know their duty. Of course I filled their places, for the time, with two of the colour sergeants." "I suppose you have ridden from headquarters, Terence," Ryan put in, "and must be as hungry as a hunter. We were just going to sit down to a couple of chickens and a ham, so come along." While they were taking their meal, Terence gave them an account of the manner in which he had escaped from Salamanca. "So you were in our old quarters, Terence? Well, you certainly have a marvellous knack at getting out of scrapes. When we saw your horse carrying you into the middle of the French cavalry, I thought for a moment that the Minho regiment had lost its colonel. But it was not for long, and soon I was sure that, somehow or other, you would give them the slip again. Of course, I have been thinking of you as a prisoner at Ciudad, and I was afraid they would keep a sharper watch over you there than they did at Bayonne. Still, I felt sure that you would manage it somehow, even without the help we had." "What are your orders?" "I have none, save that we are to march to Miranda, where we shall find a guerrilla force under Moraz, and we are to operate with him, and do all we can to attract the attention of the French. That is all I know, for I have not had time to look at the written instructions I received from the Adjutant General when I said goodbye to him last night. But I don't think that there is any precise orders. What were yours, Herrera?" "They are that I was to consult with Moraz to operate carefully and not be drawn into any combat with superior or nearly equal French forces, which I took to mean equal to the strength of the regiment, for the guerrillas are not to be depended upon to the smallest extent in anything like a pitched combat." "There is no doubt about that," Terence agreed. "For cutting off small parties, harassing convoys, or anything of that sort, they are excellent, but for downright hard fighting, the guerrillas are not worth their salt. The great advantage of them is that they render it necessary for the French to send very strong guards with their baggage and convoys, and occasionally, when they are particularly bold and numerous, to dispatch columns in pursuit of them. If it were not for these bands, they would be able to concentrate all their troops, and would soon capture Andalusia and Valencia, and then turn their attention to other work. As it is, they have to keep the roads clear, to leave strong garrisons everywhere, and to keep a sufficient force in each province to make head against the guerrillas, for if they did not do so, all their friends would be speedily killed, and the peasantry be constantly incited to rise." "Do you know anything of this Moraz?" "He is said to be a good leader," Herrera replied, "and to have gathered under him a number of other bands. He has the reputation of being less savage and cruel than the greater part of these partisan leaders, and though, no doubt, he kills prisoners, for in that he could hardly restrain his men, he does not permit the barbarous cruelties that are a disgrace to the Spanish people. In fact, I believe his orders are that no prisoners are to be taken." I will look at my instructions, Terence said, drawing out the paper he had received the night before. Yes, he said when he had read them. My instructions are a good deal like yours, but they leave my hands somewhat more free. I am to consult with Morass, to operate with him when I think it advisable, and in all respects to act entirely upon my own judgment and discretion. The main object being to compel the French to detach as many men as possible from this neighborhood in order to oppose me, and I am to take every advantage the nature of the country may afford to inflict heavy blows upon them. That is all right, Ryan said cheerfully. I had quite made up my mind that we should always be dependent upon Morass, and be kept inactive owing to his refusal to carry out anything Corunna might propose. But as you can act independently of him, we are sure to have plenty of fun. We will make it as hot for them as we can, Dick, and if we cannot do more, we can certainly oblige the French to keep something like a division idle to hold us in check. With the 2 battalions and Morass's irregulars, we ought to be able to harass them amazingly, and to hold any of these mountain passes against a considerable force. After 2 hours' halt, the march was renewed, and 2 days later the regiment arrived at Miranda. The frontier ran close to this town, the Douro separating the 2 countries. They learned that Morass was lying 4 miles farther to the north and across the frontier line, doubtless preferring to remain in Spain in order to prevent a quarrel between his followers and the Portuguese. The next morning Terence, accompanied by Ryan and 4 mounted orderlies, rode into the glen where he and his followers were lying. They had erected a great number of small arbors of boughs and bushes, and, as Terence rode up to one of these, which was larger and better finished than the rest, Morass himself came to the entrance to meet them. He did not at all correspond with Terence's ideas of a guerrilla chief. He was a young man of 3 or 4 and 20, of slim figure and with a handsome, thoughtful face. He had been a student of divinity at Salamanca, but had killed a French officer in a duel brought on by the insolence of the latter, and had been compelled to fly. A few men had gathered round him, and he had at once raised his standard as a guerrilla chief. At first his operations had been on a very small scale, but the success that had attended these enterprises and the reports of his reckless bravery had speedily swelled the number of his followers, and although as a rule he kept only 100 with him, he could at any time, by sending round a summons, collect 5 times that number in a few hours. When Terence introduced himself as the colonel of the 2 battalions that had arrived at Miranda to operate in conjunction with him, Morass held out his hand frankly. "I am very glad indeed to meet you, Colonel O'Connor," he said. "I received a dispatch 4 days ago from your general, saying that the Minho regiment would shortly arrive at Miranda to act in concert with me. I was glad indeed when I heard of this, for the name of the regiment is well known on this side of the frontier as well as on the other, having been engaged in many gallant actions, and your name is equally well known in connection with it. But I hardly expected to meet you, for the dispatch said the Minho regiment under Lieutenant Colonel Herrera." "Yes, I only rejoined it 2 days ago, having been taken prisoner at Fuentes de Horno, and having made my escape from Salamanca." "Your aid will be invaluable, senor. My own men are brave enough, but they are irregulars in the full sense of the word," and he smiled. "And although they can be relied upon for sudden attack or for the defense of a pass, they could not stand against a French force a quarter of their strength in the plain. We want a backbone, and no better one could be found in your regiment. I am the more glad that you are in command, because, you know, unhappily, we and the Portuguese do not get on well together, and while my own men would hesitate to obey a Portuguese commander, and would have no confidence in him, they would gladly accept your leadership." "I hope that there will be no difficulties on the ground of race," Terence said. "We are fighting in a common cause against a common enemy, and dissensions between ourselves are as absurd as they are dangerous. Let me introduce Captain Ryan, adjutant of the regiment." Morass shook hands with Ryan, who had been looking on with some surprise at the colloquy between him and Terence. Morass then asked them into his arbor. "I have little to offer you," he said with a smile, "save black bread and wine. The latter, however, is good. I obtained a large supply of it from a convoy we captured a few days since." The wine was indeed excellent, and accustomed as they were to the coarse bread of the country, Terence and Ryan were able to eat it with satisfaction. "Now, Colonel," Morass said, "beyond the fact that we are to aid in concert, I know nothing of the plans. Please to remember that while it is said that we are to discuss our plans of operations together, I place myself unreservedly under your orders. Of irregular warfare I have learned something, but of military science and anything like extensive operations I am as ignorant as a child, while you have shown your capacity for command. I may be of advantage to you from my knowledge of the country, and indeed there is not a village track that some one or other of my followers is not well acquainted with." "That, of course, will be a great advantage to us," Terence replied courteously, "and I thank you much for what you have said. But I am sure, from what I have heard, you underrate your abilities. Beyond regimental drill, I knew very little of warfare until I, quite by accident, came to assume the command of my regiment, and it was only because I drilled and disciplined it thoroughly that I had the good fortune to attain some successes with it. Your acquaintance with the country will be fully a set-off to any superior knowledge that I may have of military matters, and I have no doubt that we shall get on well together. The instructions that I have received are to the effect that we are to make incursions and attack in various directions, concealing, as far as possible, our strength, and so to oblige the French to detach a considerable number of troops to hold us in check. This would relieve the pressure upon Lord Wellington's army, and would deter the enemy from making any offensive movement into Portugal, until our general has received the reinforcements expected shortly, and is in a position to take the offensive." "It will be just the work to suit us," the guerrilla chief said. "And as I received a subsidy from your political agent at Lisbon a few days since, I am in a position to keep the whole force I have together, which is more than I could do generally, for even if successful in the attack on a convoy, the greater portion of the men scatter and return to their homes, and as long as their share of the booty lasts, they do not care to come out again." Terence now produced a map with which he had been supplied, and a considerable time was spent in obtaining full particulars of the country through which the troops might have to march, ascertaining the best spots for resistance when retreating or for attacking columns who might be dispatched in pursuit of them, and in discussing the manner and direction in which their operations would most alarm and annoy the enemy. It was finally agreed that Terence should break up his battalions into 3 parties. 2 of these consisted each of half a battalion, 500 strong, and would be under the command of Bull and McWhitty. Each of them would be accompanied by 300 guerrillas who would act as scouts, and in case opportunity should offer, join in any fighting that might take place. The other 2 half battalions formed the 3rd body, under the command of Terence himself, and would, with the main force of the guerrillas, occupy the roads between Zamora, Salamanca, and Valladolid. In this way, the French would be harassed at several points, and would find it so difficult to obtain information as to the real strength of the foe that was threatening them, that they would be obliged to send up a considerable force to oppose them, and would hesitate to undertake any serious advantage into Portugal until the question was cleared up, and their lines of communication assured again. It was agreed in the first place that the forces should unite in the mountains west of Braganza, between the river Esla on the east and Terra on the north, affording a strong position from which, in case of any large force mustering against them, they could retire across the frontier into Portugal. Terence had been supplied with money and an authority to give orders on the paymaster's department for such purchases as were absolutely necessary. Morass was also well supplied, having not only the money that had been sent him, but the proceeds of a successful attack upon a convoy proceeding to Salamanca, in which he had captured a commissariat chest with a considerable sum of money, besides a large number of cattle and several wagon loads of flour. All these provisions, with some that Terence had authority to draw from the stores at Miranda, were to be taken to the spot they had chosen as their headquarters in the hills. "You beat me altogether, Terence," Ryan said after all these matters had been arranged. They rode out from the guerrillas' camp. "It is only about 3 months since I saw you. Then you can only just get along in Spanish. Now you are chatting away in it as if you had never spoken anything else all your life." "Well, you see, Dick, I knew just enough, when I was taken prisoner, to be able to, as you say, get along in it, and that made all the difference to me. If I had known nothing at all of it, I should not have been able to benefit with my trip with the muleteers in Spain. As it was, I was able to talk with them, and as we rode side by side all day, and sat together by a fire for hours, after we had halted when the day's journey was over, we did a tremendous lot of talking, and as you see, I came out, at the end of the month, able to get along really fluently. I no doubt make a good many mistakes, and mix a good many Portuguese words with my Spanish, but that does not matter in the least, so long as one is with friends, although it would matter a good deal if I were trying to pass as a Spaniard among people who might betray me if they found out that I was English. I see that you have improved in Portuguese almost as much as I have in Spanish. It is really only the first drudgery that is difficult in learning a language. When one once makes a start, one gets on very fast, especially if one is not afraid of making mistakes. I never care a rap whether I make blunders or not, so that I can make myself understood. 3 days later, the two bodies were assembled in a valley, about equally distant from Miranda and Braganza. It had the advantage of being entered from the east only through a narrow gorge, which could be defended against a very superior force, while there were 2 mountain tracks leading from it, by which the force there could be withdrawn, should the entrance be forced. A day was spent by the leaders in making their final arrangements, while the men worked at the erection of a great wall of rocks, 12 feet high and as many thick, across the mouth of the gorge, collecting quantities of stones and rocks on the heights on either side to roll down upon any enemy who might endeavor to scale them, while another very strong party built a wall 6 feet high in a great semicircle round the upper mouth of the gorge, so that a column forcing its way through thus far would be met by so heavy a fire that they could only debouch into the valley with immense loss. 200 men of the Minho regiment, drawn from Terence's party, were to occupy the valley with 300 of the guerrillas, who would be able to do good service by occupying the heights, while the regular infantry held the newly erected walls. One of Maras's most trusted lieutenants was to command them while, after some discussion, it was arranged that Herrera should be in general command of the garrison. The brave fellow was reluctant to remain inactive, but he had been for some time seriously unwell, having been laid up for a time with a severe attack of dysentery, and was really unfit for any continued exertion, although he had made light of his illness and refused to go on the sick list. Terence pointed out to him that the command was a very important one. Here all the plunder that they might attain from the enemy would be carried, and if by means of spies or traitors the French obtained news of the situation of the post, he might be attacked in great force before the other detachments could arrive to his assistance. As there were 4,000 French troops at Zamora, it was agreed that no direct attack could be made upon the town. Bull, with his force, was to watch the garrison, attack any detachments that might be sent out, leaving them severely alone when they sallied out in force, and to content himself with outmarching their infantry and beating off any cavalry attacks. He was, if necessary, to retreat in the direction of their stronghold. McWhitty was to occupy the road between Zamora and Valladolid, while the main body held the roads between both the latter town and Zamora to Salamanca. Frequent communication was to be kept up between them, so that either column might speedily be reinforced if necessary. In the course of a week, the whole country was in a state of alarm. Bridges were broken down, roads blocked by deep cuttings across them, convoys attacked, small French posts at Tordesillas, Fuentelavpina, and Valparaiso captured, the French soldiers being disarmed and then taken under an escort to within 10 miles of Salamanca. Toro was entered suddenly, and a garrison of 300 men taken by surprise, and forced to lay down their arms. The powder, bullocks, and wagons with their stores were sent by circuitous routes to the bridge across the Douro at Miranda, and then up to their stronghold. So vigilant a watch was kept on the roads that no single courier was able to make his way from Valladolid to Salamanca or Zamora, and beyond the fact that the whole country seemed swarming with enemies, the French commanders were in absolute ignorance of the strength of the force that had so suddenly invaded Lyon. One day, a messenger rode in from McWhitty to Fuentelavpina, where Terence had his headquarters, saying that a body of 4,000 French infantry with 1,000 cavalry were on the march from Valladolid to Zamora. Strong positions had already been selected for the defense, and a bridge broken down at a point where the road crossed a tributary of the Douro. Terence at once sent Ryan with 200 men to reinforce McWhitty, and dispatched several mounted messengers to find Bull and to tell him to join him on the road, 4 miles to the east of the point where McWhitty was defending the passage of the river. He himself marched directly on that point, crossing the river at Tordesillas. He arrived there early in the morning, and found that the French column had passed, late the evening before. At this point, the road ran between 2 hills, several times crossing a stream that wound along the valley. A large number of men were at once set to work, breaking down the bridges and throwing up a breastwork along the bank, where the river made a sharp bend, crossing the valley from the foot of the hills on one side to that of those of the other. While this work was being done, cannon shots were heard, then a distant rattle of musketry. Terence knew by this time Ryan would have joined McWhitty, and Marras at once started with his men and 400 of the Portuguese to threaten the French rear and make a dash upon their baggage. Terence's orders to the officers in command of these two companies were that they were to keep their men well together, and to cover the retreat of the guerrillas from cavalry attacks. The firing continued for the next hour and a half. Then it suddenly swelled in volume, and amid the rattle could be heard the sound of heavy volleys of musketry. Terence had, half an hour before, ridden forward at full speed with 4 mounted orderlies. When he arrived at the spot where he could survey the scene of combat, he saw that it was more serious than he had anticipated. The guerrillas were falling back rapidly, but as soon as they gained the high ground, they halted and opened fire upon the cavalry, who, scattered over the plain, were pursuing them. His own men were retreating steadily and in good order, facing round and pouring heavy volleys into the French cavalry as they charged them. The French attack on McWhitty had ceased, and Terence saw bodies of infantry moving towards the right, where on rising ground a body of troops about 1,000 strong were showing themselves menacingly. He had no doubt for a moment that this was Bull's command, who, hearing the firing, and supposing that Terence was engaged there, had led his command straight to the scene of action. He at once sent an orderly back at full gallop to order the men in the valley to come on at the top of their speed, and then rode along the hillside and joined Bull, who was closely engaged with the advancing columns of French. So hot was the fire from Bull's own men and the guerrillas that the 2 French battalions wavered and came to a halt, and then, breaking into skirmishing order, advanced up the hill. "Don't wait too long, Bull," Terence said. "There is a steeper slope behind you. However, I don't think they will come up very far, not, at least, until they are reinforced. There is another body just starting, and I think we can hold on here until they join the skirmishing line. As soon as they do so, sound the order for the men to fall back." "Where are your men, sir?" "They are 4 miles away, at the spot where I told you to join me. However, the mistake is of no importance. I have sent off for them, and as soon as they arrive and show themselves, I fancy the French will retreat." He tore out a leaf from his pocketbook and wrote out an order to McWhitty. "Leave Captain Ryan with his command to hold the river, and march at once with the rest of your men to the ford which we heard of, a mile down the river. Cross there and ascend the hills on the French right, scattering your men so as to make as much show as possible and menacing the French with attack. Tell Captain Ryan to redouble his fire so as to prevent the French noticing the withdrawal of your force." This he gave to one of his orderlies, and told him to swim the river and deliver it to Major McWhitty. When Terence had done this, he was able to give his attention to what was passing. Across the valley, his men had now ascended the hill and joined the guerrillas. The French cavalry, unable to charge up the heights, had fallen back. A column of French, some 1,500 strong, were marching in that direction. As he had expected, the skirmishers in front of him were making but little way, evidently halting for the arrival of the reinforcement, which was still more than half a mile distant. The French gunners had been withdrawn from the bank of the river, and were taking up positions to cover the advance of their infantry, and their shot presently came singing overhead, doing no harm, however, to the Portuguese, who were lying down on the crest of the swell and keeping up a steady fire on the French skirmishers. 10 minutes later, the column was within a short distance of the line of defenders. Terence gave the word, and his men retired up another and steeper slope behind, while the guerrillas were ordered to remain to keep up a brisk fire until the French were within 30 yards of the crest, and were then to run back at full speed and join them above. The Portuguese had scarcely taken out their position when a tremendous fire broke out below. A minute later the guerrillas were seen rushing up the hill, and close behind them came the French line, cheering loudly. As they approached, the Portuguese opened fire, and with such steadiness and precision that the leading files of the French were almost annihilated. But the waves swept upwards, and encouraged by the shouts of their officers, they advanced against the second position. For half an hour an obstinate fight was maintained, the strength of the position neutralizing the effect of the superior numbers of the French. The Spaniards fought well, imitating the steadiness of the Portuguese, and, being for the most part good marksmen, their fire was very deadly. and several determined attacks of the French were beaten off with heavy loss. Then from the valley below was heard the sound of a bugle. The call was repeated by the bugles of the assailants, and slowly and reluctantly the French began to fall back. Terence looked round. He had from time to time glanced across the hills opposite, and had seen his men there retiring steadily and in good order before the assault of the French, and now he saw that his force from the valley was marching rapidly along the hilltop to their assistance, while away on the French right, McWhitty's command, spread out to appear of much greater strength than it really possessed, was moving down the slope as if to the assault. Below in the valley, a battalion of French infantry with their cavalry and artillery were drawn up, and were evidently only waiting for the return of the two assaulting columns to join in their retreat. The French commander doubtless supposed that he was caught in a trap, unable to effect the passage of the river, and seeing the stubborn resistance his troops were meeting with on the hills, the arrival of two fresh bodies of the enemy on the scene induced him to believe that the foe were in great force, and that ere long he might be completely surrounded. He moved forward slowly by the road he had come, and was presently joined by the two detached parties. As soon as they moved on, Terence sent an orderly at a gallop across the valley to order McWhitty and Morass to follow the French along the hills on their side of the valley, and to harass them as much as possible, while he, with Bull's command, kept parallel with them on his side. The French cavalry kept ahead of their column. The leading battalion was thrown out as skirmishers on the lower slopes of the hills, while the artillery in the rear kept up a heavy fire upon the Portuguese and Spanish as soon as they were made out on the hills above them. Terence kept his men on the crest, and signaled to McWhitty to do the same, but the guerrillas swarmed down the hillside and maintained a galling fire on the French column. Terence took his men along at the double, and heading the column descended into the valley at the point they had fortified. Here there was a sharp fight. The French cavalry fell back after suffering heavily. Their infantry advanced gallantly, and after a fierce fight, drove the Portuguese from their wall and up the hillside. Here they maintained a heavy fire until the column opened out and the French artillery came to the front, when Terence at once ordered the men to scatter and climb the hill at full speed. Without attempting to repair the broken bridges, the French infantry crossed the stream breast high, and the cavalry and artillery followed, and Terence, seeing that the retreat could not be seriously molested, and that if he attempted to do so, he should suffer very heavily from their artillery, sounded a halt, and the French continued their retreat to Valladolid, leaving behind them all their baggage, which they had been unable to get across the stream. Terence's force came down from the hills and assembled in the valley. Congratulations were exchanged on the success that had attended their efforts. Then the roll was at once called, and it was found that 103 men of the Minho regiment were missing. There was no roll among the guerrillas, for Morass's estimate, after counting the number assembled, was that upwards 200 were absent from the ranks, fully half of these having been overtaken and killed by the French cavalry. Terence at once set off two parties of his own men to the points where the fight had been fiercest. They were to collect the wounded, including those of the French, and to carry them down into the valley, while parties of guerrillas searched the hillsides down to the scene of action for their comrades who had fallen from the fire of the French artillery and musketry. When the wounded were collected, it was found that there was upwards of 200 French infantry, 59 guerrillas, and 24 Portuguese. The smaller proportion of wounded of the latter being accounted for by the fact that so many had been shot through the head, while lying down to fire at the French as they climbed the hill. 230 French soldiers had been killed. Terence at once sent his men to dig wide trenches in which the soldiers of the three nationalities were laid side by side. A considerable amount of reserve ammunition being captured in the wagons, the men's cartridge boxes were filled up again, and the rest was packed in a wagon. Some of the drivers had cut their traces, but others had neglected to do this, and there were sufficient wagons to carry all the wounded, both friends and enemies together, with a considerable amount of flour. The French wounded were taken to the ford by which McWhitty had crossed, and then some of them who had been wounded in the leg, and although unable to walk, were fit to drive, were given the reins and told to take the wagons to Zamora, a distance of 12 miles. 50 men were told off to march with them until within sight of the town, as otherwise they would have assuredly been attacked, and the whole of the wounded massacred by the Spanish peasants. The force then broke up again, each column taking as much flour and meat as the men could carry. The remaining wagons and stores were heaped together and set on fire. Long before this was done, they had been rejoined by Ryan and his command. He had remained guarding the river until the French had disappeared up the valley, and had then crossed at the ford, but though using all haste, he did not rejoin the force until the whole of the fighting was over. "This has been a good day's work, Terence," he said when that evening the force had entered Tordesillas and quartered themselves there for the night. "You may be sure that the General of Valladolid will send messengers to Salamanca, giving a greatly exaggerated account of our force, and begging them to send down to Marmont at once for a large reinforcement. If the couriers make a detour in the first place, we shall not be able to cut them off." "No, Dick, and we wouldn't if we could. I have no doubt that he will report the force with which his column was engaged as being nearly double what it really is. Besides, sharp as we have been, I expect some messengers will by this time have got through from Zamora. The commandant there will report that a large force is in the neighborhood of that town, and that without leaving the place entirely defended, he has not strength enough to sally out against them. They cannot know that this force and ours have joined hands in the attack on the Valladolid column, nor that this represented anything like the whole of the force that had been harrying the country and cutting off detached posts. The fact, too, that this gathering was not a mere collection of guerrillas, or of the revolted peasantry, but that there were regular troops among them in considerable numbers, will have a great effect, and Marmont will feel himself obliged, when he gets the news, to send some 15,000 or 20,000 troops up here to clear the country. Now the first thing to do is to draw up a report of the engagement and send it off to Wellington. I think that it will be a good thing, Dick, for you to carry it out yourself. I don't think that there is any fear of your being interrupted on your way to Miranda, and as an officer you will be able to get fresh horses, and to take the news quicker than an orderly could do, and it is of great importance that the chief should know, as soon as possible, what has taken place here. I shall speak very strongly of your services during the past week, and it is always a good thing for an officer selected to carry the news of a success. And lastly, you can give a much better account of our operations since we crossed the frontier than an orderly could do, and Wellington may want to send orderlies back for our future work." "I am game," Ryan said, "and thank you for your offer. How long will you be?" "Well, it is 8 o'clock now, and if you start at midnight, it will be soon enough. So if you have finished your supper, you had better lie down on that bed in the next room and get asleep, for you were marching all last night, and will want some rest before starting on such a journey." End of Chapter 14. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 15 of Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. Chapter 15. Dick Ryan's Capture. Terence wrote 2 dispatches, one giving a full account of the engagement, the other a detail of the work that had been performed since they crossed the frontier. He wrote them in duplicate, so that he might send off another messenger 3 hours later, in case by any chance Ryan failed to reach Miranda. He carefully abstained from giving any real account of the strength of the various columns, in each case putting the number at 5 times their actual strength, so that if the dispatches should miscarry, not only would no information be conveyed to the French, but they would be led to believe that the invading force was vastly stronger than they had hitherto supposed. Ryan was, of course, to explain, when he delivered the dispatches, that the figures must in all cases be divided by 5, and the reason why false numbers had been inserted. Terence let him sleep until 1 o'clock, and then roused him. Several French horses had been found, straying riderless along the valley, and the best of these was picked out for him. A few minutes later, Dick was on his way to Miranda. The road by which he was to travel would take him some 6 miles south of Zamora, and the distance to be ridden was between 50 and 60 miles. He knew that he could not do this at a gallop, and went along at a steady pace, sometimes trotting and sometimes cantering. It was now late in September, and at 5:30 it was still dark when Ryan approached the spot where the road he was following crossed the main road between Zamora and Salamanca. He was riding at a canter, when suddenly, to his surprise and consternation, he rode into the midst of a body of cavalry, halted on the main road. The sound of his horse's feet had been heard, and before he could even draw his sword, he was seized and taken prisoner. A French officer rode down the line. "What is the matter?" he asked. "We have taken a prisoner, sir," the sergeant answered. "We heard him coming by this crossroad, and seized him as he rode in among us. He is a soldier, an officer, I should think, from what I can see of him." "Who are you, sir?" the French officer said to Ryan. The latter saw that concealment was useless. It would soon be light enough for a scarlet uniform to be seen. He therefore replied in broken French, "My name is Ryan. I hold the rank of captain. I was riding to Miranda when, unfortunately, I fell in with your troopers as they were halted. I did not hear, and of course could not see them, until I was among them." "Riding with dispatches, no doubt," the officer said. "Search him at once, men. He might destroy them." "Here they are, sir," Ryan said, taking the dispatches from inside his jacket. "You need not have me searched. I give on my word of honor as a British officer that I have no others on me." "Put him in the middle of the troop, sergeant," the officer said. "Put a trooper in special charge of him on each side. Unbuckle his reins, and buckle them on to those of the troopers. Do your ride behind him, and keep a sharp lookout upon him. It is an important capture." 5 minutes later, the squadron again started on their way south. Ryan, after silently cursing his bad luck and having arrived at the spot just as his body of cavalry were crossing, wondered what evil fortune had sent him there at that precise moment. He was not long in arriving at a conclusion. The convoy of the French wounded had arrived at Zamora late in the evening, and the commandant, thinking it likely that the enemy, who had hitherto blocked the roads, might have concentrated for the attack on the column, had decided upon sending off a squadron of cavalry to carry the important news he had learned from the wounded of the defeat of the column, 5,000 strong, coming to his relief from Valladolid. The party proceeded at a brisk trot, and meeting with no resistance, arrived at Salamanca by 10 o'clock in the morning. The officer in command at once rode with Ryan, the latter guarded by 4 troopers, to the residence of the general. Leaving Dick with his escort outside, he entered the house and sent in his name, the duty with which he was charged, to the general. He was at once shown into his room. "I congratulate you on having got through, Captain d'Esterel," the general said as he entered. "It is 10 days since we heard from Zamora. We have sent off 6 messengers. I don't know whether any of them have arrived." "No, sir, none of them. The commandant sent off 1 or 2 every day, and I suppose they, like those you sent, were all stopped." "The whole country seems on fire," the general said. "We have had 5 or 6 parties come in here disarmed who have been captured by the enemy, and it would seem that all their posts on the road to Zamora and on that to Valladolid have been captured. The men could only report that they were suddenly attacked by such overwhelming forces that resistance was impossible. They say that the whole country seems to swarm with guerrillas, but there are certainly a considerable number of regular troops among them. What has happened at Zamora?" "These dispatches will inform you, sir, but I may tell you that we are virtually beleaguered. The country round swarms with the enemy. 2 or 3 reconnaissance in force met with the most determined opposition." "Are you in communication with Valladolid?" "No, sir. Our communications were stopped at the same time as those to this town. But I am sorry to say that you will see by the general's dispatch that a severe disaster has happened to the column coming from Valladolid to our relief." The general took the dispatch and rapidly perused its contents. "A column 5,000 strong with cavalry and guns repulsed? The enemy must be in force indeed. The estimates we have received from prisoners they released, I thought they must be fully 10,000 strong. I see that the wounded who were sent by Moraes estimated those engaged with him at 12,000, and it is hardly probable that they could, at such a short notice, have assembled in anything like their full strength. I have also to report, General, that we this morning before daybreak captured a British officer on his way to Miranda, with dispatches. We were fortunately halted for the moment, so that he was unaware of our presence until he rode into the midst of us. These are his dispatches. I have not opened them." "An important capture indeed," the general said. "That is, if the report contains details of the fighting. Its contents may enable us to form a clearer idea than we can at present of their numbers." He broke the seal and read the account of the battle. "It is signed T. O'Connor, Colonel," he said. "The name is well known to us as that of a very active partisan leader. 3 of the columns appear to have been commanded by British officers. Here we have them, Major Bull, Major McWhitty, and Captain Ryan." "It is Captain Ryan whom we have made prisoner, sir." "Their dispositions appear to have been good, and ably worked out. The bridge across the river had been destroyed, and our crossing was opposed by 1 column. When we were attempting to force the passage, 3 more columns attacked us, 1 on each flank and rear, while a 4th, composed of a portion of the force defending the passage, who, as soon as we were fully engaged with the other columns, crossed the ford lower down, leaving 1,000 men to face us on the river bank, advanced against our left. Finding themselves thus greatly outnumbered, the column fell back, leaving behind some 500 dead and wounded. The passage was closed by the enemy, who had broken down some bridges and thrown a breastwork across the valley, but after sharp fighting they made their way through." He then turned to the other dispatch. "This is more useful," he said. "It is a general report of their proceedings since they crossed the frontier, and gives me the number of each column. They total up to 25,000 men, of which some 10,000 seem to be regular troops, the rest guerrillas." "Do you want to see the prisoner, sir? He is waiting with the guard outside." "Yes, I might as well see him, though. As a point of fact, he could give us no more information than that contained in these reports, which are very full and detailed." "So, sir," he said when Ryan was brought in, "you are a British officer." "I am, sir," Dick replied quietly. "At present on detached duty, serving on the staff of Colonel O'Connor." "Who is with the guerrilla chief Maras?" the general said. "Yes, sir. The troops under Colonel O'Connor have been acting in concert with Maras, and other forces, much to the advantage of such of your soldiers as fell into our hands, not one of whom has suffered insult or injury, and all have been permitted to go free, after being deprived of their arms. Colonel O'Connor also sent away all the French wounded who fell into our hands after the battle, in wagons escorted by a strong body of his troops within a mile of Zamora, in order to protect them from massacre by the peasants." "He behaves, sir, as a British officer would be expected to behave," the general said warmly. "Were the war always conducted on the same principle, it would be better for both armies and for the people of this country. I place you on parole if you choose." "I thank you, General, but I would rather have my hands free, should I see any opportunity of escaping." "That you are not likely to do," the general said, "for if you refuse to be bound by your parole, I must take measures against your having any of these opportunities that you speak of, until the country is cleared and you can be sent with a convoy to France. I am sorry that you refuse, but as I should do so myself under similar circumstances, I cannot blame you." Accordingly, Ryan was taken to a strong prison in the heart of the city, where, however, he was assigned comfortable quarters, a sentry being placed at his door, and as the window that looked into the courtyard was strongly barred, his chances of escape seemed slight indeed, and he was almost inclined to regret that he had not accepted the general's offer and given his parole not to attempt to escape. 2 days later, one of Maras's men, who belonged to Salamanca, went into the town to see some friends, and brought back news that a British officer had been captured by a party of French dragoons coming from Zamora. He had been seen by many of the townspeople as he sat on his horse, with 4 troopers round him, at the door of the governor's house. He had been lodged in the city prison. A comparison of days showed that there could be no doubt that the prisoner was Dick Ryan, and Terence was greatly vexed at his loss. "So far as the dispatches go," he said to Herrera, who had, on the day before, arrived from their stronghold, which was now safe from attack, "there can be no doubt that it is fortunate rather than otherwise that they have fallen into the hands of the French, for they will give them an altogether exaggerated impression of our strength, and I have no doubt that the orderly who left 2 hours later has got through in safety. Still, I am greatly annoyed that Ryan has been made prisoner. I miss his services and companionship very much, and if I can possibly get him out, I will do so. I will see Maras, and ask him to send the man who brought the news back again, to gather further particulars. I would take the matter in hand myself, but being in command here, I must consider the duty with which I am entrusted before a question of private friendship." Maras presently came in to see Terence. When the latter told him what he wanted, he undertook at once to obtain every detail possible as to the place of Ryan's confinement. "A number of my men come from the town," he said, and I will cause inquiries to be made among them at once, and choose half a dozen with connections who may be able to assist, and send them into Salamanca with instructions to act in concert, to ascertain whether it is possible to do anything by bribery, to endeavour to communicate with the prisoner, and to devise some plan for his escape from the gaol. It was a strong place before the French came. It was a city prison, but they took it over, and have used it not only for prisoners of war, but for persons suspected of being in communication with your people, and even for officers of their own army who have been convicted of insubordination or disobedience of orders, or other offences. One of the men I will send, and to whom I shall entrust the general arrangement of the matter, is one of my lieutenants, Leon Gonzalez. He has been a friend of mine since boyhood, and entered as a law student when I went into the college for divinity. He is daring and fearless. He has an excellent head, and a large acquaintance among the young men at the university, and indeed in all classes of society. He belongs to one of our best families. Yes, of course I know him, Terence said. He has several times come with you when you have ridden over, and was in command of the detachment that was with me when we captured the French garrison at Tordesillas. I was much pleased with him, and although too occupied to see much of him, I conceived a great liking for him. I should say that he is just the man to manage this business successfully, if it is possible to do so. At all events, I will dispatch him with 6 other men whom he may choose himself this afternoon, Marat said. I had intended him to remain in command of the party we leave here when we march tonight, but I will hand that over to another. That night the force, with the exception of 500 guerrillas and as many of the Minho regiment, marched away from the station they occupied to take up a new position between Valladolid and Valencia. Herrera was to remain behind, in command of the 500 Portuguese. These, in conjunction with the guerrillas, were to occupy their old positions, stopping all lines of communication, showing themselves in villages and towns hitherto unvisited, and dividing into parties of 200 or 300, march rapidly about the country, so that the fact that the main body had moved elsewhere should be unknown to the French authorities, who would therefore believe that the force that was to cut the road north of Valladolid was a newly arrived one. 36 hours later, Terence, with a battalion and a half of his regiment, and 1,500 of Marat's guerrillas, took up their position in the mountains lying to the east of Valencia, between the rivers Esquiva and Arlanza. From this position they could, with equal facility, come down on the road between Valladolid and Valencia, or between the latter town and Burgos. Here for some weeks they maintained themselves, in the first place falling upon convoys from Valladolid south, and when these only moved forward under escorts too strong to be attacked, carrying on their operations on the road to Burgos. In these raids they obtained an abundance of provisions, a considerable number of arms, and much ammunition, and in 2 or 3 instances a large amount of treasure that was being taken forward for the payment of the troops. The provisions and wine were amply sufficient for the support of the force. Half the money was set aside for future needs, being divided between the regimental chests of Marat and that of the Minho regiment. The other half was similarly divided as prize money among the men, a proportion being sent down to Herrera for his command. The operations of the band caused immense annoyance and difficulty to the French. It was no longer possible to travel by the main road from France between Burgos and Valladolid, and thence down to Salamanca or Zamora, without the convoys being accompanied by strong bodies of troops. Several incursions into the mountains were organized from Burgos, which was always a great military center, aided by detachments from Valencia, but these met with no success whatever. On entering the passes, they were assailed by a heavy fire from invisible foes. Great rocks were rolled down upon them, and when, after much loss, they succeeded in forcing their way up to the hills, no traces of their foe could be discovered. As among Marat's guerrillas were natives of both Burgos and Valencia, and these had put themselves in communication with their friends, the band was kept well informed of every movement of the French, and received every intelligence when a convoy, or an expedition into the hills, was on the point of setting out, and of the exact strength of the military force employed. They were, therefore, always prepared either to sally out for an attack on the convoy, or to oppose an expedition as soon as it entered the mountains. Their stores were hidden away among the rocks, being divided into several portions, so that, should the French by fortune or treachery discover one of these, the loss would not cripple them. Their greatest enemy was cold, It was now the end of October, and several times snow had fallen, and it was necessary to keep up large fires. This was a double inconvenience. In the first place, the smoke by day and the flames by night might betray the position of their camp. And in the second place, their tracks in the snow, which would speedily cover the hills, would enable the enemy to follow them wherever they moved. It was therefore determined that they could no longer maintain their position there, but must return to the plains. Frequent communication had been kept up with Herrera, who reported that Salamanca was now occupied by so large a force that he was no longer able to maintain his position, that he had fallen back across the Douro, and had established himself in the stronghold, from which he made frequent excursions towards Zamora and Benavente. To Dick Ryan in his prison, the first fortnight had passed slowly. That Terence would, as soon as he learned of his capture, make every effort to free him he knew well, but he could not see how he could give him any material aid. The French force at Salamanca was far too strong to admit of a possibility of any attempt to rescue him by force, and the barred windows and the sentries seemed to close every chance of communication from without. On the 10th day of his imprisonment, he noticed that the sergeant who brought his food had been changed. "What has become of Sergeant Pipon?" he asked the non-commissioned officer who filled his place. "He was killed yesterday evening in the streets," the man replied. "It was not an ordinary broil, for he had half a dozen dagger stabs. It is some time since those dogs and Spaniards have killed a French soldier in the town, and there is a great fuss over it. The municipality will have to pay $10,000 if they cannot produce his murderer. It is curious, too, for Pipon was not a man to get drunk. He did not speak a word of the language, and therefore could not have had a dispute with the Spaniard. We have been ordered to be more vigilant than before. I suppose the authorities think that perhaps there was an attempt to bribe him, and on his seizing the man who made it, some of the fellow's comrades rushed upon him and killed him." Ryan wondered whether the supposition was a correct one, and whether the men concerned had been set at work by Terence, in order to effect his release. 2 days later, on cutting the loaf that formed his day's ration of bread, he found a small piece of paper in its center. It had evidently been put there before the bread was baked, for although he examined it very closely, he could find no sign in the crust of an incision by which the note might have been inserted. It contained only the words, "Keep your eyes open and be in readiness. Friends are working for your release." So Terence was at work. Evidently the baker had been gained over, but how it had been contrived that this special loaf should have been handed to him he could not imagine, unless one of the men in charge of the distribution of the prison rations had been bribed. That something of the sort must have taken place he was certain, and although he was still unable to imagine how he could be got out of the prison, he felt that, in some way or another, Terence would manage it. He thought over the means by which the latter had escaped from the convent, but the laxity that had there prevailed in allowing people to come in to sell their goods to the prisoners was not permitted in the prison where he was confined. The prisoners were, indeed, allowed to take exercise for an hour in the courtyard, but no civilian ever entered it, and 12 French soldiers watched every movement of those in the yard, and did not permit a single word to be exchanged. Another week passed, and Ryan began to fear that his friends outside had abandoned the scheme as impossible, when one day he received another message. "Do not undress tonight. On reaching the courtyard, take the first passage to the right. Follow it to the end. The bars of the window there have been nearly sawn through. Enclosed with this is a saw. Finish the work on the middle bars. You will find a cord hanging down outside. Friends will be awaiting you." With the note was a very fine steel saw, coiled round and round, and a tiny phial of oil. Ryan gave a cry of delight as he read it, and then hid the saw and the oil bottle in his bed, made up the tiny note into a pellet, and swallowed it. As he ate his dinner, he pondered over how so much could have been managed. The courtyard of the prison was, he knew, some 10 feet higher than the ground outside. Someone must, after nightfall, have climbed up to the passage window and sewn the bars almost asunder, with a saw as fine as the one he had received. The cuts could hardly have been perceptible, and had probably been filled in with dust or black lead each night after the work was done. The difficulty must have been great, for he had learned that the sentries patrolled the street outside the prison, and the work could only have been carried on for 2 or 3 minutes at a time. How he was to get down to the courtyard He knew not, but probably a sentry had been found more amenable to a bribe than the old sergeant had been. To his bitter disappointment, the night passed without anything unusual taking place. The scheme had evidently failed. He broke up his loaf eagerly the next morning, and found, as he expected, another message. Authorities suspicious. Sentries changed. Must wait till vigilance subsides. Keep yourself in readiness. A fortnight passed, and then, in the middle of the night, he leapt suddenly from the bed from which he had thrown himself, without undressing, for he heard the key grating in the door. For a minute or two the sound continued, and his heart sank again. "They have got a key, but it won't fit," he muttered. Suddenly he heard the bolt shoot back, and the door quietly opened. "Are you ready?" a voice asked in a whisper. "Quite ready." "Then follow me." Ryan had caught up his boots as he leapt from the bed. The man outside had evidently taken the precaution to remove his, for his step was perfectly noiseless. Dick followed him downstairs and out into the courtyard. He could then see that the man was not, as he had expected, in uniform, but wore a long cloak and a sombrero, like those in general use among the peasantry. He turned in at the passage that had been indicated to Ryan, and stopped at the grated opening at the end. Ryan at once took out the saw, poured some oil on it, and passed his nail down the bar until he found a fine nick. Clearing this out with the saw, he began to cut. The task was far easier than he had expected, for the bar had been almost sawn through, and in 5 minutes the cut was completed. A couple feet higher up, he found the other incision, and completed it as quietly as before. Then he removed the piece cut out, and handed it to the man, who laid it quietly down on the pavement of the passage. In 10 minutes the other bar was removed. "I have the cord," the man said, and unwound some 10 feet of stout rope from his waist. Ryan put his head out through the hole and looked down. In the darkness he could see nothing, but he heard the heavy tread of 2 sentries. As the sound of their footsteps faded away in the distance, he heard a sudden exclamation and a slight movement, and a few seconds later a voice below asked in a whisper, "Are you there?" "Yes," Ryan replied joyfully. Putting a noose which was at one end of the rope over the stump of one of the bars, he at once slid down. A moment later the other man descended after him. "This way, signor," the voice said, and taking his hand, led him across the street, and then after a quarter of a mile's walk, stopped at the door of a large house. He opened this with a key, and led the way up the stairs to the second floor, opened another door, and said, "Enter, signor, you are at home." Ryan had noticed that the man who had released him had not followed them, but had turned away as soon as they left the prison. "You are most welcome, signor," his guide said, as opening another door, he led the way into a handsome apartment where a lamp was burning on the table. "First, let me introduce myself," he said. "My name is Alonso Santabel, by profession an advocate. I am a friend of Don Leon Gonzalez, one of Maras's officers, whom I believe you know. He will be here in a minute or two. He has followed us at a safe distance, to be sure that we were not watched. He enlisted me in this enterprise, and I have gladly given my assistance, which indeed was confined to bringing you here. All the rest he has managed himself, with the aid of 6 of his men who accompanied him here. He has been longer over it than he had expected, but we had difficulties that we did not anticipate." He spoke in French, but added, "I understand sufficient Portuguese to follow anything that you say, signor." "I am indeed grateful to you all," Ryan said warmly. "It is good of you indeed to run so great a risk for a stranger." "Not exactly a stranger, signor, since you are a friend of my friend, Leon Gonzalez." At this moment the door of the room opened, and the officer named entered, and warmly shook hands with Ryan, and congratulated him cordially on his release. "Thanks to you, signor," Dick said gratefully. "It has been a matter of duty as well as pleasure," the other replied courteously, "for Maras committed the task of freeing you to my hands." "I had just been telling Signor Ryan," the other said, "that you found it somewhat more difficult than you expected." "Yes, indeed. In the first place, my face is known to so many here, and unhappily, so many Spaniards are friends of the French that I dare not show myself in the streets in the daytime. And before I tell my story, Alonso, please open a bottle of wine and produce a box of cigars. Our friend has not had a chance of a decent smoke since he has been shut up. Now, senor, I will tell you all about it, he went on as soon as the glasses were filled and the cigars lighted. In the first place, one of the men with me has a cousin who works for the baker, who contracts for the supply of bread to the prison, and fortunately it was one of his duties to go with the bread, to hand it over and see it weighted. That simplified affairs amazingly. In the next place, it was necessary to get hold of the soldier who usually handed the bread to the non-commissioned officers, who each took the rations for the prisoners under their special charge. I had been well provided with money, and when the soldier came out one evening, I got into conversation with him. He assented willingly enough to my offer to have a bottle of good wine together. Then I opened the subject. I believe you distribute the bread rations to the prisoners, I said. He nodded. I want one special loaf which is rather better than the rest, though it looks the same, to reach a prisoner who is a friend of mine. It may be that I shall want 2 or 3 such loaves to reach him, and I will not mind paying 100 francs for each loaf. 100 francs is a good sum, he said, especially as our pay is generally some months in arrear, and there can be no harm in a prisoner getting one loaf more than another. But how am I to know which is the loaf? It will be the last the baker's man will deliver to you, my friend. He will give you a wink as he hands it to you, and you will only have to put it on the tray intended for the English prisoner Ryan, when the sergeant comes down to the kitchen for it. But mind, don't make any mistake and put it on the wrong tray. I will be careful, the soldier said, and I don't mind how many loaves you send in at the same price. Very well, I said. Here are the 100 francs for the first loaf, which will not come tomorrow morning, but the day after. So that part of the business was arranged easily enough, but another attempt, which I had set on foot at the same time, had already failed. My men had discovered who was the sergeant under whose charge you were. He was an old soldier, and I had my doubts whether he could be bribed. One of the men, who spoke a little French, undertook it, but took the precaution of having 3 of the others near him when he attempted it. It was 2 or 3 evenings before he could get speech with him in a quiet place, but he managed at last to do so. Sergeant, he said, do you want to earn as much money in a day as your pay would amount to in a year? It depends how it would have to be earned, the sergeant said cautiously. We want to get a friend of ours out of that prison, the man said, and will pay 1,000 francs for your assistance. The sergeant at once grasped him by the throat. You attempt to bribe me, he exclaimed. Parbleu, we will hear what the governor says about it. And he began to drag him along. There was nothing to be done, and the 3 other men who had been standing hidden in the doorway ran out and poignarded the Frenchman before he had time to give the alarm. It was unfortunate, but it was unavoidable. However, 2 days later the loaf got safely to you. At least we were assured that it had done so by the soldier in the kitchen. In the meantime, I learned from a man who had been a warder in the prison before the French took possession of it, that the passage close to the bottom of your staircase terminated at the barred window in the street behind. 2 of my men undertook to cut the bars. It was no easy matter, for there were sentries outside, and one came along the back every 2 or 3 minutes. The man had a light ladder, and directly he had passed, ran across the street, placed it in position, and fell to work. But the constant interferences by the passing of the sentinel annoyed them, and greatly hindered the work. You see, the sentry had to patrol the lane down one side of the prison, and then along behind and back, so they only had the time taken by him from the corner to the end of the lane and back to work. They were so annoyed at this that one night when the sentry came to be relieved, he was found stabbed to the heart, and as this misfortune happened just after he went on duty, the men managed to file one of the bars that night. Curiously enough, the same accident happened 2 nights later, just as I had arranged with a Spaniard who had enlisted in the French army that he would aid you to escape. He was a sharp fellow, and had managed to get the key of your room from a peg where it hung, and to take an impression of it in wax, from which we had a key made. Everything was now ready. The other bar was sawn on the night the accident happened to the second sentry. The next night, the Spaniard was to be on guard on your staircase, and I sent you a loaf with a message to be in readiness. Unfortunately, the second accident aroused the suspicion of the authorities that the affairs had something to do with the escape of our prisoner. Accordingly, the sentries outside were doubled, 2 men patrolling together, and that evening the guards were suddenly changed. It was evident that, for a time, nothing could be done. For nearly a fortnight this dodging about of the guard continued. Then, as all was quiet, things went back to their old course. 4 sentries were taken off, the others going about 2 together, each pair taking 2 sides of the prison. This morning my Spaniard, who, as he was on duty at night, was able to come out into the town early, told the man who had arranged the affair with him that he would be on night duty, and would manage to take his place among the guards, so that when he arrived at your door, he should be the one to be left there. As the bread had already been sent in, I had no opportunity to warn you. I suppose the Spanish soldier you bribed has deserted? Certainly. There was nothing else for him to do. He had that long cloak under his military greatcoat, and a sombrero flattened inside it, so that before opening your door he had only to stand his musket in the corner, laying his greatcoat and shako by it, and he was in a position to go through the streets anywhere as a civilian. He has been well paid, and as he was already heartily tired of the French service, he jumped at the offer we made him. After chatting for some time longer, and obtaining some more details of the proceedings of the rescue party, Ryan and Gonzales lay down for a few hours' sleep on the couches in the room, while their host turned into his bed, which he had vainly attempted to persuade one or other to accept. End of Chapter 15. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 16 of Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. Chapter 16. Back with the Army. Ryan remained 4 days in the flat occupied by Don Alonso Santabel. Leon Gonzales had left before daybreak to regain the house where he was staying with one of his friends before the discovery of the escape of a prisoner was made. The affair was certain to cause great excitement, and there was no doubt that everyone leaving the town would be strictly examined at the gates, and not improbably every house would be searched, and an order issued that no one would be allowed to be out at night after 10 o'clock without a military pass. 3 soldiers had been in turn assassinated, and 1 had deserted. A prisoner had been released, and there were evidently several persons concerned in the matter, and it would not improbably be guessed by the authorities that the actors in the plot were agents of the British officer in command of the troops that had given them such trouble over the whole province between Burgos and Salamanca. Don Alonso gave his manservant, on whose fidelity he could rely, permission to go into the country for 10 days to visit his relations, and Ryan was installed in his place, and dressed in a suit of his clothes, but was not to open the door to visitors, the Spaniard himself doing so, and mentioning to those who called that the servant had gone on his holiday. The French indeed instituted a strict search among the poorer quarters, but the men who had accompanied Don Leon were all dressed as villagers, who had come into the town from fear of being attacked by the guerrillas and their allies, and as the people with whom they stayed all vouched for their story, and declared with truth that they were relatives, none of them were molested. For 4 days all persons passing out of the gates were examined, but at the end of that time matters resumed their ordinary course, and Don Leon and his followers all quitted the town soon after the market closed, carrying with them empty baskets, as if they were countrymen who had disposed of the produce they had brought in. Clothes of the same kind were procured for Ryan, and a day after his friends had left, he too went through the gate, going out with several peasants who were returning home. One of Leon's followers had taken out his uniform in his basket, with a cloth thrown over it, on which were placed some articles of crockery which he had apparently bought for the use at home. Ryan had been carefully instructed as to the road he should follow, and 4 miles out from the city he turned down a bypath. He kept on for 1.5 miles, and then came to a farmhouse standing alone. As he approached, Leon came out to meet him and shook him warmly by the hand. "I have been feeling very anxious about you," he said. We got through yesterday unquestioned, but the officer at the gate today might have been a more particular sort of fellow, and might have taken it into his head to question any of those who came out. The others all went on at once, but we will keep quiet until nightfall. I left my horse here when I came in, which I could do safely, for the farm belongs to me, and the farmer has been our tenant for the last 30 years. There is a horse for you here also. I have got the latest intelligence as to where the French are lying. They have a strong force at Tordesillas, but this won't matter to us, for I got a message from Maras yesterday saying that the hills are now all covered with snow, and that the whole force would march today for their old quarters in the valley near Miranda. So we shan't have to cross the river to the north, but we'll keep on this side and cross it at Miranda, or at some ford near. The column that was operating round Zamora fell back behind the Esla a fortnight since, for 4,000 of the French reinforcements from the south had reached Zamora, and strong parties of their cavalry were scouting over the whole of the country round. Ryan had already heard how the road between Valladolid and Burgos had been interrupted, and several convoys cut off and captured. He was glad to find, however, that no serious fighting had taken place while he had been a prisoner. After nightfall, they started on their journey. They traveled 60 miles that night. The farmer's son, a young fellow of 20 who knew the country thoroughly, accompanied them on horseback for the first 20 miles, to set them on their way. The road they followed ran almost parallel to the Tormes, all the bridges over that river being, as they learned, held by strong parties of French troops, posted there to prevent any bodies of the Spaniards crossing it, and placing themselves between Salamanca and Ciudad Rodrigo. When morning broke, they were within 5 miles of the Douro, and entered the wood where they intended to pass the day, as they were unaware whether any French troops were stationed along the river. Both were still dressed as countrymen, and Leon went in the afternoon to a little hamlet half a mile from the wood. There he learned that 2,000 French were encamped at a village a mile from the bridge of Miranda. But one of the peasants, on Leon's telling him that he was a lieutenant of Maras, offered to guide them to a ford of whose existence he did not think the French were aware. It was seldom used, as it could only be forded in very dry seasons. But as the water now was, it would only be necessary to swim their horses a distance of a few yards. The two friends slept a great part of the day, and as the sun set, finished the provisions they had brought with them, and were ready to start when 2 hours later their guide arrived from the village. His information proved correct. He led them straight to the ford, which they found unguarded, and rewarding him handsomely for his trouble, swam across, and an hour later entered Miranda and put up at a small inn. They mounted early the next morning, and in the afternoon, after a 3 hours' ride across the mountains, came down into the valley, where their arrival excited much enthusiasm among the troops, the garrison having been joined by Macwitty's column. "I cannot say that I was expecting to see you, Captain Ryan," as he shook hands heartily, "for I heard from the colonel that Don Leon had started with a party to try and get you out of prison, and that he was sure he would accomplish it, if it were at all possible. I am expecting him here in a day or two with the rest of the regiment, for I had a message 2 days ago from him saying that it was too cold to remain in the hills any longer, and that he should start on the day after the messenger left. Of course the messenger was mounted, but our man cannot march as far in a day as a man can ride, and are sure to lose no time. They would take the Leon road for some distance, then strike off and cross the upper Isla at Mayorga, follow the road down, avoiding Benavente, cross the Terra at Viga, take the track across the mountains, and come down into the valley from above. He said that he should only bring such stores as they would be able to carry on the march, and that he hoped to get here before the French were aware that he had left the mountains." Late in the afternoon, Leon's followers arrived. They had traveled at night so as to avoid being questioned by the French cavalry, who were scattered all over the country. Ryan was glad to see the men who had risked so much for him, and very pleased to be able to exchange his peasant's clothes for his uniform. The next morning he and Leon mounted and rode by the track by which Terence would arrive, and met him halfway between Villa and the camp. The greeting was a hearty one indeed, and as Ryan shook hands with Maras, he said, "I cannot tell you, Signor, how much I am indebted to Don Leon for the splendid way in which he managed my rescue. Nothing could have been more admirably contrived or better carried out. It certainly seemed to me, after I'd been there a day or two, that a rescue was simply impossible, though I knew that Colonel O'Connor would do his best to get me out, as soon as he learned that I was captured. I gave you the credit for better sense, Dick, than to ride right into the hands of the French, Terence said as he and Ryan rode on together at the head of the column. I think you would have done it yourself, Terence. The night was dark, and I could not see 10 yards ahead of me. If they had been on the march, of course I should have heard them. But by bad luck they had just halted just across the road I was following. It was very fortunate that you put all the numbers wrong in your dispatches, and I can tell you it was a mighty comfort for me to know that you had done so, for I should have been half mad at the thought that they had got your real strength, which would have entirely defeated the object of our expedition. As it was, I had the satisfaction of knowing that the capture of the dispatches would do more good than harm. Did the man who followed me get through? Yes, he kept his eyes open, Dickie, Terence said. He returned 10 days later with a letter from the Adjutant General saying that the Commander-in-Chief was highly satisfied with my reports, and that the forward movement of the French had ceased, and at several points their advanced troops had been called in. Spies had brought news that 10,000 men under General Durow had marched for Salamanca, and that reports were current in the French camp that a very large force had crossed the frontier at the northeastern corner of Portugal, with the evident design of recovering the north of Lyon and of cutting the main line of communication with France. He added that he trusted that I should be able to still further harass the enemy and cause him to send more reinforcements. He said that doubtless I should be very shortly driven back into Portugal again, but that he left the matter entirely to my judgment, but pointed out that, if I could but maintain myself for another fortnight, the winter would be at hand, when the passes would be blocked with snow, and Marmont could no longer think of invading Portugal in force. As it is now more than a month since that letter was written, and certainly further reinforcements have arrived, I think the chief will be well satisfied with what we have done. I have sent off 2 letters since then, fully reporting on the work we have been at between Burgos and Valladolid, but whether they have reached him I cannot tell. McWhitty has one dispatch for you. He tells me it came nearly a fortnight ago, but that he had, at the time, been compelled to fall back behind the Esla, and that as the country beyond swarmed with parties of the French cavalry, he thought that no messenger could get through, and that great harm might result were the dispatches to fall into the hands of the enemy. Well, I dare say you will keep, Dick, and that no harm will have been done by my not receiving it sooner. Now tell me all about your escape. Were you lodged in our old convent? I had no such luck, Terence. I was in the city prison, in the centre of the town, and my window, instead of looking out into the street, was on the side of the courtyard. The window was strongly barred, no civilians were allowed to enter the prison, and I think that even you, who have a sort of genius for escapes, would have found it, as I did, simply impossible to get away. No, the lookout was certainly bad, and you had none of the advantages we had at Bayonne of being guarded by friendly soldiers. If I had, at Salamanca, not been able to make friends with a Spanish girl, well, tell me all about it. Ryan gave full details of the manner in which Don Gonzales had contrived his escape. That was well managed indeed, Terence said. Splendidly done. Leon is a trump. He ought to have been born an Irishman, and to have been in our regiment. I don't know that I can give him higher praise than that. On their arrival in the valley, they found that another courier had returned half an hour before. Both dispatches expressed the Commander-in-Chief's extreme satisfaction with the manner in which Terence had carried out his instructions. The employment of your force in cutting the main road between Valladolid and Valencia, and between the latter place and Burgos, while at the same time you maintained a hold on the country south of the Douro, thus blocking the roads from Salamanca both to Zamora and Valladolid, was in the highest degree deserving of commendation. The garrisons of all the towns named were kept in a state of constant watchfulness, and so great was the alarm produced that another division followed that of Douro. This has paralyzed Marmont. As snow has already begun to fall among the mountains, it is probable that he will soon go into winter quarters. Your work, therefore, may be considered as done, and as your position in the mountains must soon become untenable, it would be well if you at once withdrew all your forces into Portugal. Moraes also received a dispatch signed by Lord Wellington himself, thanking him warmly for the services he had rendered. I may say, sir, that yours is the first case, since I have had the honor to command the British force in the peninsula, that I have received really valuable assistance from a body of irregular troops, and that I am highly sensible of the zeal and ability which you have shown in cooperating with Colonel O'Connor, a service which has been of extreme value to my army. I must also express my high gratification, not only with the conduct of the men under your command when in action, but at the clemency shown to French prisoners, a clemency unfortunately very rare during the present war. I shall not fail to express to the Central Spanish authorities my high appreciation of your services. I have given orders to the officer commanding the detachment of British troops at Miranda, that, should you keep your force together near the frontier, he will, as far as possible, comply with any request you may make for supplies for their use. Morass was highly gratified with this dispatch. I shall, he said, stay in this valley for the winter, but I shall not keep more than 100 or 150 men with me. The peasants will disperse to their homes. Those remaining with me will be the inhabitants of the towns, who could not safely return, as they might be denounced by the Spanish spies, in French pay, as having been out with me. We have plenty of supplies stored up here to last through the winter. Terence at once sent off a report of his return, and an acknowledgment of the receipt of the dispatches from headquarters, and the next day, in obedience to his orders, marched with his regiment across the frontier and established himself in Miranda. The answer came in 5 days. It was brief. On the receipt of this, Colonel O'Connor will march with the regiment under his command to Minho, and there report himself to General Crawford. Terence had ridden over the afternoon before to the valley, where he found that but 200 of the guerrillas remained. 50 of these were on the point of leaving. The rest would remain with Morass for the winter. On arrival at Minho, after 3 days' marching, he reported himself to General Crawford. The general himself was absent, but from the head of staff he received an order on the quartermaster's department. Tents for his men were at once given him, and a spot pointed out for their encampment. 6 regiments were, he heard, in the immediate neighborhood, and among them he found to his great joy were the Minho Fusiliers. As soon as the tents were erected, rations drawn, and a party dispatched to obtain straw for bedding from the quartermaster's department, Terence left Herrera and the 2 majors to see that the troops were made comfortable, and then rode over with Ryan to the camp of the Fusiliers. They were received with the heartiest welcome by the colonel and officers, in whose ranks, however, there were several gaps, for the regiment had suffered heavily at Fuentes de Orno. "So you've been taken prisoner again, Terence," Captain O'Grady exclaimed. "Sure it must be on purpose you did it. Anyone may get taken prisoner once, but when it happens twice, it begins to look as if he was fonder of French rations than of French guns." "I didn't think of it in that light, O'Grady, but now you put it so, I will try and not get caught for a 3rd time." "We heard of your return, of course, and that you had gone straight with your regiment to Miranda. We had a line from Dicky the day before he started, and mighty unkind we have thought it that neither of you has sent us a word since then, and you with nothing to do at all, while we have been marching and counter-marching, now here and now there, now backwards and now forwards, ever since Fuentes de Orno, till one's legs were ready to drop off one." "Give someone else a chance to put in a word, O'Grady," the colonel said. "Here we are, all dying to know how O'Connor slipped through the hands of the French again, and sorrow a word can anyone get in when your tongue is once loosened. If you are not quiet, I will take him away with me to my own quarters, and just ask 2 or 3 men who know how to hold their tongue to come up and listen to a story." "I will be as silent as a mouse, Colonel dear," Grady said humbly, "though I would point out that O'Connor, being a colonel like yourself, and in no way under your orders, might take it into his head to prefer to stop with us here instead of going with you. Now, Terence, we are all waiting for your story. Why don't you go on?" "Because, as you see, I am hard at work eating just at present. We have marched 20 miles this morning with nothing but a crust of bread at starting, and the story will keep much better than luncheon." Terence did not hurry himself over his meal, but when he had finished he gave him particulars of his escape from Salamanca, his journey down to Cadiz, and then round by Lisbon. "I thought that there would be a woman in it, Terence," O'Grady exclaimed. with a soft tongue and a presentable sort of face, and impudence enough for a whole regiment. It was easy for you to put the come hither on a poor Spanish girl, who had never had the good luck to meet an officer of the Minho Fusiliers before. Sure, I have always said to myself that I was ever taken prisoner, it would not be long before some good-looking girl would take a fancy to me, and get me out of the French clutches. Sure, if a young fellow like yourself, without any special recommendations except a bigger share of impudence than usual, could manage it, it would be easy indeed for a man like myself, with all the advantages of having lost an arm in battle, to get round them. There was a shout of laughter round the table, for O'Grady had, as usual, spoken with an air of earnest simplicity, as if the propositions he were laying down were beyond question. "You must have had a weary time at Miranda since you came back, O'Connor," the colonel said, "with no one there but a wing of the 65th. "I don't suppose they were to be pitied, Colonel," Dr. O'Flaherty laughed. "You may be sure that they kept Miranda lively in some way or other. Trust them for getting into mischief of some sort." There is no saying what we might have done if we had, as you suppose, been staying for the last 2 months at Miranda. But in point of fact, that has not been the case. We have been across the frontier and been having a pretty lively time of it. At least I have, for Dick has spent a month of it inside a French prison. "What?" the major exclaimed. "Were you with that force that has been puzzling us all, who has been keeping the French in such hot water that, as we hear, Marmont was obliged to give up his idea of invading Portugal, and had to hurry off 20,000 men to save Salamanca and Valladolid from being captured? Nobody has been able to understand where the army sprung from, or how it was composed. The general idea was that a division from England must have landed at either Oporto or Vigo, or that it must have been brought round from Sicily, for none of our letters or papers said a word about any large force having sailed from England. Not a soul seemed to know anything about it. I know a man on Crawford's staff, and he assured me that none of them were in the secret. A French officer who was brought in a prisoner a few days since put their numbers down at 25,000 at least, including, he said, a large guerrilla force. He said that Zamora had been cut off for a long time, that the country had been ravished, and posts captured almost at the gates of Salamanca, and that communications had been interrupted, and large convoys captured between Burgos and Valladolid, and that one column, 5,000 strong, had been very severely mauled, and forced to fall back. This confirmed the statements that we had before heard from the peasantry and the French deserters. Now there is a chance of penetrating the mystery, which has been a profound puzzle to us here, and indeed to the whole army. The officer taken seemed to consider that the regular soldiers were Portuguese, but of course that was nonsense. Beresford's troops were all with him down south, and as to any other Portuguese army, unless Wellington has got one together as secretly as he got up the lines at Torres Vedras, the thing is absurd. Besides, who ever heard of Portuguese carrying on such operations as these without having a lot of our men to stiffen them and to set them a good example? Terence did not at once answer. Looking round the table, he saw that, in place of the expressions of amusement with which the previous conversation had been listened to, there was now on every face a deep and serious interest. He glanced at Ryan, who was apparently absorbed in the conversation of watching the smoke curling up from his cigar. At last he said, "I fear, Major, that I cannot answer your question. I may say that I have had no specific orders to keep silence, but as it seems that the whole matter has been kept a profound secret, I do not think that, unless it comes out in some other way, I should be justified in saying anything about it. I think that you will agree with me, Ryan." Dick nodded. "Yes, I'd agree with you that it would be best to say nothing about it till we hear that the facts are known. What has been done once may be done again." "Quite so, Dick. I'm glad that you agree with me. However, there can be no objection to your giving an account of your gallant charge into the middle of the French cavalry and the story of your imprisonment and escape. I am sure, Colonel, that it will be a source of gratification to you to know that one of your officers dashed, single-handed, right into the midst of a French squadron." Ryan laughed. "I'm afraid the interest of the matter will be diminished, Colonel, when I mention that the charge was executed at night, and that I was ignorant of the vicinity of the French until I rode into the middle of them." There was again a general laugh. "I was on my way with dispatches for Lord Wellington," he went on, "when this unfortunate business happened." "That was unfortunate indeed, Ryan," the colonel said. "They did not capture your dispatches, I hope." "Indeed, and they did, Colonel. They had fast hold of me before I could as much draw my sword. They, however, gained very little by them, for, knowing that it was possible I might be captured, the dispatches had been so worded that they would deceive rather than inform anyone into whose hands they might fall, though, of course, I had instructions to explain the matter when I had delivered them safely." Then he proceeded to give a full account of his rescue from the prison on Salamanca. This was listened to with great interest. "It was splendidly managed," the colonel said, when he brought the story to an end. "It was splendidly managed. Terence himself could not have done it better. Well, you were certainly wonderfully handy at getting into scrapes. Why, you have both been captured twice, and both times got away safely. When I gave you your commission, Terence, I thought that you and Ryan would keep things alive, but I certainly did not anticipate that you would be so successful that way as you have been." "I have had very little to do with it, Colonel," Ryan said. "Now, I know that at Athlone Terence was the ringleader at all the mischief that went on. Still, you were a good second, Ryan. That is, if that position does not really belong to O'Grady." "Is it me, Colonel?" O'Grady said in extreme surprise, and looking round the table with an air of earnest protest, "when I was always lecturing the boys." "I think, O'Grady, your manner of lecturing was akin to the well-known cry, 'Don't throw 'em into the pond, boys!'" At this moment there was a sound of horses drawing up in front of the house. "It is one of the general and his staff," one of the ensigns said as he glanced through the window. The table had been cleared, but there was a sudden and instant rush to carry away the bottles and glasses to hiding places. Newspapers were scattered along the table, and when the door opened half a minute later and the general entered, followed by his staff, the officers of the Minho Fusiliers presented an orderly and even studious appearance. They all rose and saluted as the general entered. "I hope I'm not disturbing you, gentlemen," General Crawford said gravely, but with a sly look of amusement stealing across his rugged face. "I am glad to see you all so well employed. There is no doubt that the Irish regiments are greatly maligned. On 2 or 3 occasions, when I have happened to call upon their officers, I have uniformly found them studying the contents of the newspapers. Your cigars, too, must be of unusually good quality, for their odor seems mingled with a faint scent of, what shall I say? It certainly reminds me of whiskey, though as I see that must be but fancy on my part. However, gentlemen, I have not come in to inspect your mess room, but to speak to Colonel O'Connor." And he looked inquiringly round. Terence at once stepped forward and again saluted. The general, whom Terence had not before met, looked him up and down and then held out his hand. "I have heard of you many times, Colonel O'Connor. General Hill has talked to me frequently of you, and not long since, when I was at headquarters, Lord Wellington himself spoke to me for some time about you, and from his staff I learned other particulars. That you were young I knew, but I was not prepared to find one who might well pass as a junior lieutenant, or even as an ensign. This was the regiment that you formerly belonged to, and as on sending across to your corps I learned that you were here, I thought it as well to come myself to tell you, before your comrades and friends, that I have received from headquarters this morning a request from the adjutant general to tell you personally, when you arrived, the extreme satisfaction that the commander-in-chief feels at the services that you have rendered. When I was at headquarters the other day, I was shown the reports that you have, during the last 6 weeks, sent in, and am therefore in a position to appreciate the work you have done. It is not too much to say that you have saved Portugal from invasion, have paralyzed the movements of the French, and have given to the commander-in-chief some months in which to make his preparations for taking the field in earnest in the spring." "Has Colonel O'Connor told you what he has been doing?" he said, suddenly turning to Colonel Corcoran. "No, General. In answer to our questions, he said that, as it seemed the matter had been kept a secret, he did not feel justified in saying anything on the subject until he received a distinct intimation that there was no further occasion for remaining silent." "You did well, sir," the general said, again turning to Terence, "and acted with the prudence and discretion that has, with much dash and bravery, distinguished your conduct. As, however, the armies have now gone into winter quarters, and as a general order will appear today, speaking of your services, and I have been commissioned purposely to convey to you Lord Wellington's approval, there is no occasion for further mystery on the subject. The force whose doings have paralyzed the French, broken up their communications, and compelled Marmont to detach 20,000 men to assist at least an equal force in Salamanca, Zamora, Valladolid, and Valencia, has consisted solely of the men of Colonel O'Connor's regiment, and about an equal number of guerrillas, commanded by the partisan Maras. I need not tell you that a supreme amount of activity, energy, and prudence united must have been employed thus to disarrange the plans of a French general commanding an army of 100,000 men by a band of 2 battalions of Portuguese and a couple of thousand undisciplined guerrillas. It is a feat that I myself or any other general in the British army might well be proud to have performed, and too much praise could not be bestowed upon Colonel O'Connor and the 3 British officers acting under his command, all of whose services, together with those of his Portuguese officers, he has most warmly spoken in his reports. And now, Colonel, I see that there are on your mess table some dark rings that may, possibly, have been caused by glasses. These doubtless are not very far away, and I have no doubt that, when I have left, you will heartily drink the health of your former comrade. I did say comrades, for I hear that Captain Ryan is among you. Which is he? Ryan stepped forward. I congratulate you also, sir, he said. Colonel O'Connor has reported that you have rendered great services since you were attached to him as adjutant, and have introduced many changes which have added to the efficiency and discipline of the regiment. My staff, as well as myself, will be very pleased to make the personal acquaintance of Colonel O'Connor and yourself, and I shall be glad if you will both dine with me today, and if you, Colonel O'Connor, will accompany them. Tomorrow I will inspect the Minho regiment at 11 o'clock, and you will then introduce me to your lieutenant colonel and your 2 majors, who have all so well carried out your instructions. So saying, he shook hands with the colonel, Terence, and Ryan, and with an acknowledgment of the salutes of the other officers, left the room with his staff. If a bullet does not cut short his career in some of his adventures, he said to Colonel Corcoran, who had accompanied him, O'Connor has an extraordinary future before him. His face is a singular mixture of good temper, energy, and resolute determination. There are many gallant young officers in the army, but it is seldom that reckless bravery and enterprise are joined, as in his case, with prudence and a head to plan. He cannot be more than 21, so there is no saying what he may be when he reaches 40. Trant is an excellent leader, but he has never accomplished a tithe of what has been done by that lad. The general having left the room, the officers crowded round Terence, but few words were said, for they were still so surprised at what they had heard, as to be incapable of doing more than shake him warmly by the hand and pat him on the shoulder. Ryan came in for a share in this demonstration. The colonel returned at once, after having seen the general ride off. "Faith, Terence," he said, "if justice were done, they would make me a general for putting you into the army. I have half a mind to write to Lord Wellington and put in a claim for promotion on that ground. What are you doing, O'Grady?" he broke off, as that officer walked round and round Terence, scrutinizing him attentively, as if he had been some unknown animal. "I am trying to make sure, Colonel, that this is really Terence O'Connor, whom I have cuffed many a time when he was a bit of a spalpeen, with no respect for rank, as you yourself discovered, Colonel, in the matter of that bird he fastened on the plume of your shako. He looks like him, and yet I have me doubts. It is yourself, Terence O'Connor. Will you swear to it on the testaments?" "I think I can do that, O'Grady," Terence laughed. "You see, I have done credit to your instructions." "You have that. I always told you that I would make a man out of you, and it is my instruction that has done it. How I wish, lad," he went on with a sudden change of voice, "that your dear father had been here this day. Faith, he would have been a proud man. Ah, it was a cruel bullet that hit him at Vimera." "Aye, you may say that, O'Grady," the colonel agreed. "Have you heard from him lately, Terence?" "No, Colonel. It is more than 4 months since I have had a letter from him. Of course he always writes to me to headquarters, but as I only stopped there a few hours on my way from Lisbon to join the regiment, I stupidly forgot to ask if there were any letters for me, and of course there's been no opportunity for them to be forwarded to me since. However, they will know in a day or two that I have arrived here, and will be sure to send them on at once. Now let us hear all about it, O'Connor. For at present we have heard nothing but vague rumors about the doings of this northern army of yours, beyond what the general has just said. But first, Colonel, if you will permit me to say so, O'Grady put in, I would propose that General Crawford's suggestion as to the first thing to be done should be carried out, and that the whiskey keg should be produced again. We have a good stock, Terence, enough to carry us nearly through the winter. Then it must be a good stock indeed, O'Grady, Terence laughed. You see, the general was too sharp for us. That he was, but, as a Scotchman, he has naturally a good nose for whiskey. He is a capital fellow. Hot-tempered and obstinate as he undoubtedly is, he is as popular with his division as any general out here. They know that, if there is any fighting to be done, they are sure to have their share and more, and except when roused, he is cheery and pleasant. He takes a great interest in the men's welfare, and does all he can to make them as comfortable as possible, though as they generally form the advance guard of the army, they necessarily suffer more than the rest of us. By this time the tumblers were brought out from the cupboards into which they had been so hastily placed on the general's arrival. Half a dozen black bottles were produced, and some jugs of water, and Terence's health was drunk with all the honours. 3 cheers were added for Dickie Ryan, and then all sat down to listen to Terence's story. End of Chapter 16. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 17 of Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. Chapter 17. Ciudad Rodrigo. Before O'Connor begins, the colonel said, you had better lay on the table in front of you the pocket maps I got from Lisbon for you last year, after O'Connor had lectured us on the advantages of knowing the country. I can tell you, Terence, that they have been of no small use to us since we left Tordesillas, and I think that even O'Grady could pass an examination as to the roads and positions along the frontier with credit to himself. I think, gentlemen, that you who have not got your maps with you would do well to fetch them. You will then be able to follow Colonel O'Connor's story and get to know a good deal more about the country where I hope we shall be fighting next spring than we should in any other way. Several of the officers left the room and soon returned with their maps. I feel almost like a schoolmaster, Terence laughed. But indeed, as our work consisted almost entirely of rapid marching, which you would scarcely be able to follow without maps, it may really be useful if we campaign across there to know something of the roads and the position of the towns and villages. Then he proceeded to relate all that had taken place, first describing the incidents of the battle and their work among the mountains. You understand, he said, that my orders were not so much to injure the enemy as to deceive him as to the amount of our force, and to lead them to believe it to be very much stronger than it really was. This could only be done by rapid marches, and as you will see, the main object was to cut off all his lines of communication, and at the same time to show ourselves in force at points a considerable distance apart. To effect this, we on several occasions marched upwards of 60 miles in a day, and upwards of 40 several days in succession, a feat that could hardly be accomplished except by men at once robust and well accustomed to mountain work, and trained to long marches, as those of my regiment have been since they were first raised. Then taking out a copy of his report, he gave in much fuller detail than in the report itself an account of the movements of the various columns and flying parties during the first 10 days, and then more briefly the operations between Burgos and Valladolid, ending up by saying, You see, Colonel, there was really nothing out of the way in all this. We had the advantage of having a great number of men who knew the country intimately, and the cutting of all their communications, the exaggerated reports brought to them by the peasants, and the maintenance of our posts round Salamanca and Zamora while we were operating near Burgos and Valladolid, impressed the commanders of these towns with such an idea of our strength, and such uneasiness as to their communications, that after the reverse to their column, none of them ever ventured to attack us in earnest." "That is no doubt true," the colonel said, "but to have done all this when, with the reinforcements sent up, and the very strong garrison at 4 other towns, to say nothing of the division of Burgos, they had 40,000 men disposable, is a task that wanted a head well screwed on. I can see how you did it, but that would be a very different thing to doing it oneself. However, you have taught us a great deal in the geography of the country between the frontier and Burgos, and it ought to be useful. If I had received an order this afternoon to march with the regiment at Tordesillas, for example, I should have known no more where the place stood, or by what road I was going to go to it, than if they had ordered me to march to Jericho. Now I should be able to go straight for it by the shortest line. I should cross the roads at points at which we were not likely to be attacked, and throw out strong parties to protect our flanks till we had passed. I should feel that I was not stumbling along in the dark, and just trusting to luck." "Now, Colonel, we must be off to our own quarters," Terence said. "We have been too long away now, and if I had not known that Herrera and the majors were to be trusted to do their work, and in fact they did it well without my assistance all the time I was away prisoner, I could not have left them as I did half an hour after they had encamped." The next morning Terence received a copy of the orders of the day of the division at present under General Crawford's command, together with the general orders of the whole army from headquarters. In the latter, to which Terence first turned, was a paragraph. "Lord Wellington expresses his great satisfaction at the exceptional services rendered by the Minho Portuguese regiment under its commander Captain T. O'Connor, of the headquarters staff, bearing the rank of colonel in the Portuguese army. He has had great pleasure in recommending him to the commander-in-chief for promotion in the British army. He is also to report very favorably the conduct of Lieutenant Ryan of the Minho Fusiliers, and Ensigns Bull and McWhitty, all attached for service in the Minho regiment, and shall bring before General Lord Beresford that of Lieutenant Colonel Herrera of the same regiment." In the divisional orders of the day appeared the words, "In noticing the arrival of the Minho Portuguese regiment, under the command of Colonel Terence O'Connor, to join the division temporarily under his command, General Crawford takes this opportunity of congratulating Colonel O'Connor on the most brilliant services that his regiment has performed in a series of operations upon the Spanish side of the frontier." 4 days later Terence received 2 letters from home. These were written after the receipt of that sent off by him on his arrival at Cadiz, narrating his escape. His father wrote, "My dear Terence, your letter received this morning has taken a heavy load off our minds. Of course we saw the dispatches giving particulars of the Battle of Fuentes de Horno, which, by the way, seems to have been rather a confused sort of affair, and the enemy must have blundered into it just as we did, only as they were all there, and we only came up piecemeal. They should have thrashed us handsomely if they had known their business. Well, luck is everything, and as you have had a good deal more than your share of it since you joined, one must not grumble if the jade has done you a bad turn this time. However, as you have got safely out of their hands, you have no reason for complaint. Still, you had best not try the thing too often. Next time, you may not find a good-looking girl to help you out. By the way, you don't tell us whether she was good-looking. Mention it in your next. Mary is very curious about it. We are getting on capitally here, and I can tell you the old place looks quite imposing, and I was never so comfortable in my life. We have as much company as I care for, and scarce a day passes but some young fellow or other rides over on the pretense of talking over the war news with me, but I am too old a soldier to be taken in, and know well enough that Mary is the real attraction. My leg has now so far recovered that I can sit a horse, but though I can ride with your cousin, when the hounds meet anywhere near I cannot venture to follow, for if I got a spill it might bring on the old trouble again, and lay me up for a couple of years. I used to hope that I should get well enough to be able to apply to be put on full pay again, but I feel myself too comfortable here to think of it, and indeed, until I have handed Mary to someone else's keeping, it would of course be impossible, and I have quite made up my mind to be moored here for the rest of my life, but to return.
Of course, as soon as I saw you were missing, I wrote to an old friend on the General Staff at Dublin, and asked him to write to the Horse Guards. The answer came back that it was known that you had been taken prisoner, and that you were wounded, but not severely. You were commanding the rear face of the square into which your regiment had been thrown, when your horse, which was probably hit by a bullet, ran away with you into the ranks of the enemy's cavalry. After that we were of course more comfortable about you, and Mary maintained that you would very soon be turning up again, like a bad penny. I need not say that we are constantly talking about you. Now take care of yourself, Terence. Bear in mind that, if you get yourself killed, there will be no more adventures for you. At least, none over which you will have any control. Your cousin has just expressed the opinion that she does not think you were born to be shot. She thinks that a rope is more likely than a bullet to cut short your career. She is writing to you herself, and as her tongue runs a good deal faster than mine, I have no doubt that her pen will do so also. As you say, with your Portuguese pay and your own, you are doing well, but if you should get pinched at any time, be sure to draw on me, up to any reasonable amount. It seems to me that things are not going on very well on the frontier, and I should not be surprised to hear that Wellington is in full retreat again for Torres Vedras. Remember me to the Colonel, O'Driscoll, and all the others. I see by the Gazette that Stokes, who was junior ensign when the regiment went into action at Vimeira, has just got his step. That shows the changes that have taken place, and how many good fellows have fallen out of the ranks. Again I say, take care of yourself. Your affectionate father. His cousin's letter was, as usual, long and chatty, telling him about his father, their pursuits and amusements, and their neighbors. "You don't deserve so long a letter," she said when she was approaching the conclusion, "for although I admit your letters are long, you never seem to tell one just the things one wants to know. For example, you told us exactly the road you traveled down to Cadiz, with the names of the villages and so on, just as if you were writing an official report. Your father says it is very interesting, and has been working it all out on a map. It is very interesting to me to know that you have got safely to Cadiz, but as there were no adventures by the way, I don't care a snap about the names of the villages you passed through, or the exact road you traversed. Now, on the other hand, I should like to know all about this young woman who helped you to get out of prison. You don't say a word about what she is like, whether she is pretty or plain. You don't even mention her by name, or say whether she fell in love with you or you with her, though I admit that you do say that she was engaged to the muleteer Garcia. I think if I had been in his place, I should have managed to let you fall into the hands of the French again. I should say a man was a great fool to help to rescue anyone whose girl had taken all sorts of pains to get out of prison. At any rate, sir, I expect you to give me a fair and honest description of her the next time you write, for I consider your silence about her to be in the highest degree suspicious. However, I have the satisfaction of knowing that you are not likely to be in Salamanca again for a very long time. Your father says he does not think anything will be done until the present ministry are kicked out here, and Wellington hangs the principal members of all the juntas in Portugal and all that he can get at in Spain. He is the most bloodthirsty man I have ever come across, according to his own account, but in reality he will not hurt a fly. He is always doing kind actions amongst the peasantry, and the major is quite the most popular man in this part of the country. I have not yet forgiven you for having gone straight back to Spain instead of running home for a short time when you were so close to us at Jersey. I told you when I wrote that I should never forgive you, and I am still of the same opinion. It was too bad. Your father has just called to ask if I am going on writing all night, and it is quite time to close, that I may go with his own letter, which a boy is waiting to carry on horseback to the post office 4 miles away. So good-bye. Your very affectionate cousin, Mary. The next 2 months passed quietly at Pinhel. Operations continued to be carried on at various points, but although several encounters of minor importance took place, the combatants were engaged rather in endeavoring to feel each other's positions and to divine each other's intentions than to bring about a serious battle. Marmont believed Wellington to be stronger than he was, while the latter rather underestimated the French strength. Thus there were, on both sides, moments of advance and retirement. During the time that had elapsed since the battles of Fuentes de Horno and Albuera, Badajoz had been again besieged by the British, but ineffectually, and in August Wellington, taking advantage of Marmont's absence in the south, advanced and established a blockade of Ciudad Rodrigo. This had led to some fighting. The activity of General Hill and the serious menace to the communications effected by Terence's Portuguese and the guerrillas had prevented the French from gathering in sufficient strength either to drive the blockading force across the frontier again,
or from carrying out Napoleon's plans for the invasion of Portugal.
Wellington, on his part, was still unable to move, owing to the absence of transport, and the manner in which the Portuguese government thwarted him at every point, leaving all his demands that the road should be kept in good order unattended to, starving their own troops to such an extent that they were altogether unfit for action, placing every obstacle to the calling out of new levies, and in every way hindering his plans. He obtained but little assistance or encouragement at home. His military chest was empty. The muleteers who kept up the supply of food for the army were 6 months in arrears of pay. The British troops were also unpaid, badly supplied with clothes and shoes, while money and stores were still being sent in unlimited quantities to the Spanish juntas, where they did no good whatever, and might as well have been thrown into the sea. But in spite of all these difficulties, the army was daily improving in efficiency. The men were now inured to hardships of all kinds. They had in 3 pitched battles proved themselves superior to the French, and they had an absolute confidence in their commander. Much was due to the efforts of Lord Fitzroy Somerset, Wellington's military secretary, who, by entering into communication with the commanders of brigades and regiments, most of whom were quite young men, for the greater part of the army was but of recent creation, was enabled not only to learn something of the state of discipline in each regiment, but greatly to encourage and stimulate the efforts of its officers, who felt that their doings of their regiment were observed at headquarters, that merit would be recognized without favoritism, and that any failure in the discipline or morale of those under their orders would be noted against them. Twice during the 2 months Terence had been sent for to headquarters, in order that he might give Lord Fitzroy minute information concerning the various roads and localities, point out natural obstacles where an obstinate defense might be made by an enemy, or which could be turned to advantage by an advancing army. The route maps that he had sent were frequently turned to and fully explained. The second visit took place in the last week of November, and on his arrival the military secretary began the conversation by handing a gazette to him.
"This arrived yesterday, Colonel O'Connor, and I congratulate you that, upon the very strong recommendation of Lord Wellington, you are gazetted to a majority. Now that your position is so well assured, there will be no longer occasion for you to remain nominally attached to the headquarters staff. Of course, it was before I came out that this was done, and I learned that the intention was that you would not act upon the staff, but it was to be merely an honorary position without pay, in order to add to your authority and independence when you happen to come in contact with Portuguese officers of a higher rank."
"That was so, sir. I was very grateful for the kindness that Lord Wellington showed, in thus enabling me to wear the uniform of his staff, which was of great assistance to me at the time, and indeed I am deeply conscious of the kindness with which he has on every occasion treated me, and for his recommending me for promotion."
"I should have been personally glad," Lord Fitzroy went on, "to have had you permanently attached to our staff, as your knowledge of the country might, at times, be of great value, and of your zeal and energy you have given more than ample proofs. I spoke of the matter to the General this morning. He agreed with me that you would be a great addition to the staff, but upon the other hand, such a step would very seriously diminish the efficiency of the regiment that you raised, and have since commanded. The regiment has lately rendered quite exceptional services, and under your command we reckon it to be as valuable in the fighting line as if it were one of our own, which is more than can be said for any other Portuguese battalion, although some of them have of late fought remarkably well. I do not say that Colonel Herrera, aided by his 3 English officers, who, by the way, are all promoted in this gazette,
The 2 ensigns to the rank of lieutenants and Mr. Ryan to that of captain would not keep the regiment in a state of efficiency so far as fighting is concerned, but without your leading it could not be relied upon to act for detached service such as it has performed under you. Thank you, sir. Of course, it would be a great honor to me to be on the general staff, but I should be very sorry to leave the regiment, and frankly, I do not think they would get on well without me. Colonel Herrera is ready to bestow infinite pains on his work, but I do not think that he would do things on his own responsibility. Bull and McWhitty have both proved themselves zealous and active, and I can always rely upon them to carry out my orders to the letter, but I doubt if they would get on as well with Herrera as they do with me. I am very glad to hear that they and Mr. Ryan have got their steps. The latter makes an admirable adjutant, and if I had to choose one of the 4 for the command, I should select him. But he has not been very long with the regiment, is not known personally, and would not, I think, have the same influence with the Portuguese officers and men. Moreover, I am afraid that, having been in command so long, I should miss my independence if I only had to carry out the orders of others. I could quite understand that, the military secretary said with a smile. I could quite realize the fascination of the life of a partisan leader, especially when he has, which Trant and the others have not, a body of men whom he has trained himself, and upon whom he can absolutely rely. You can still, of course, wear the uniform of a field officer on the general staff, and so will have very little alteration to make, save by adding the proper insignia of your rank. I will write you a line authorizing you to do so. Now let us have a turn at your maps. I may tell you in confidence that if an opportunity offers, we shall at once convert the blockade of Ciudad into a siege, and hope to carry it before the enemy can march with sufficient force to its relief. To do so, he would naturally collect all his available forces from Salamanca, Zamora, and Valladolid, and would probably obtain reinforcements from Madrid and Estremadura. And I want to ascertain, as far as possible, the best means of checking the advance of some of these troops, by the blowing up of bridges or the throwing forward of such a force as your regiment to seize any defile or other point that could be held for a day or 2, and an enemy's column thus delayed. Even 24 hours might be of importance. I understand, sir. Of course, the passes between Madrid and Avila might be retained for some little time, especially if the defenders had a few guns, but they would be liable to be taken in the rear by a force at Avila, where there were, when I went down south, over 5,000 men. As to the troops coming from the north, they would doubtless march on Salamanca. From that town they would cross the Hubra and the Yeltes so near their sources that no difficulty would be caused by the blowing up of bridges, if any exist, but the pass over the Sierra de Gata on the south of Ciudad might be defended by a small force without difficulty. The maps were now got out, and the matter gone into minutely. After an hour's conversation, Lord Fitzroy said, "Thank you, Colonel O'Connor. Some of the information that you have given me will assuredly be very useful if we besiege Ciudad. From what we hear, there are a good many changes being made in the French command. Napoleon seems about to engage in a campaign with Russia, and is likely to draw off a certain portion of the forces here. And while these changes are being made, it would seem to offer a good opportunity for us to strike a blow." On the last day of December, Terence received the following order. Colonel O'Connor will draw 6 days' rations from the commissariat, and at daybreak tomorrow will march to the river Aqueda, and on the following day will ford that river, and will post himself along the line of the Yeltes from its junction with the Hubra to the mountains, and will prevent any person or parties crossing from this side. It is of the highest importance that no intelligence of the movements of the army should be sent, either by the garrison of Ciudad or by the peasantry to Salamanca. When his provisions are exhausted, he is authorized to hire carts and send in to the army round Ciudad, but if possible, he should obtain supplies from the country near him, and is authorized to purchase provisions and to send in accounts and vouchers for such purchases to the paymaster's department. "Hurrah, Ryan!" he exclaimed on reading the order. "Things are going to move at last. This means, of course, that the army is going to besiege Ciudad at once, and that we are to prevent the French from getting any news of it, until it is too late for them to relieve it. For the last month, guns and ammunition have been arriving at Almeida,
and I thought that this weary time of waiting was drawing to an end. I'm glad indeed, Terence. I must say that I was afraid that we should not be moving until the spring. Shall we go in and say goodbye to our fellows? Yes, we may as well, but mind, don't say where we are going to, only that we are ordered away. I don't suppose that the regiments will know anything about it till within an hour of the time they march. There can be no doubt that it is a serious business. Ciudad held out for weeks against Messina, and with Marmont within a few days' march, with an army at least as strong as ours, it will be a tough business indeed to take it before he can come up to his relief, and I can well understand that it is all important that he shall know nothing about the siege till it is too late for him to arrive in time. We have come in to say goodbye, Colonel, Terence said as he and Ryan entered the mess room of the Minho Fusiliers that evening. And where are you off to, O'Connor? Well, sir, I don't mind mentioning it here, but it must go no further. The chief, knowing what we are capable of, proposes that I shall make a rapid march to Madrid, seize the city, and bring King Joseph back a prisoner. There was a roar of laughter. Terence, my boy, Captain O'Grady said, that is hardly a mission worthy of a fighting man like yourself. I expect that you are hiding something from us, and that the real idea is that you should traverse Spain and France, enter Germany, and seize Boney, and carry him off with you to England. I dare not tell you whether you are right or not, O'Grady. Things of this sort must not be even whispered about. It is a wonderfully good guess that you have made, and when it is all over, you will be able to take credit for having divined what was up. But for mercy's sake, don't talk about it. Keep us silent as the grave, and if anyone should ask you what has become of us, pretend you know nothing about it. But you are going, O'Connor, the colonel said when the laughter had subsided. Yes, Colonel, we march tomorrow morning. I dare say you will hear of us before many days are over, and may perhaps be able to make even a closer guess than O'Grady as to what we are doing. I am heartily glad that we are off. We are now at our full strength again. Most of the wounded have rejoined, and I could have filled up the vacancies a dozen times over. The Portuguese know that I always manage to get food for my men, somehow, which is more than can be said for the other Portuguese regiments, though those of Trant and Pack are better off than Beresford's regulars. Then, too, I think they like fighting, now that they feel that they are a match for the French, man for man. They get a fair share of it, at any rate. The 3 months that we have been idle have been useful, as the new recruits know their work as well as the others. Then you don't know how much longer we are going to stop in this beastly hole? O'Grady asked. Well, I will tell you this much, O'Grady. I fancy that, before this day week, you will all have work to do, and that it is likely to be hot. That is a comfort, Terence. But, my dear boy, have a little pity on us, and don't finish out the business by yourselves. Remember that we have come a long way, and that it will be mighty hard for us if you were to clear the French out of Spain, and leave nothing for us to do but to bury their dead and escort their army as prisoners to the port. I will bear it in mind, O'Grady, but don't you forget the past. You know how desperately you grumbled at Roliça because the regiment was not in it, and how you got your wish of Emira and lost an arm in consequence. So even if I do, as you say, push the French out of Spain, you will have the consolation of knowing that you will be able to go back to Ireland without leaving any more pieces of you behind. There is something in that, Terence, O'Grady said gravely. I think that when this is over, I shall go on half pay, and there may as well be as much of me left as possible to enjoy it. It's an ungrateful country I'm serving, in spite of all that I've done for it, and the loss of my arm into the bargain. Here am I, still a captain, though maybe I am near the top of the list. Still, it is but a captain I am, and here are 2 goosens like yourself and Dick Ryan, the one of you marching about a field officer, and the other a captain. It is heartbreaking entirely, and me one of the most zealous officers in the service. But it is never any luck I have had from the day I was born. It will come some day, never fear, O'Grady, and perhaps it may not be so far off as you fear. Well, Colonel, we will just take a glass with you for luck, and then say good night, for I have a good many things to see after, and must be up very early,
so as to get our tents packed and handed over, to draw our rations, eat our breakfast, and be off by 7. It was close upon that hour when the regiment marched. It was known that there was no French troops west of the Hubra, but after fording the Equata, the force halted until nightfall, and then moved forward and reached the Hubra at midnight, lay down to sleep until daybreak, and then extended along the bank of the Yeltes as far as its source along the mountains, thus cutting the roads from Ciudad to Salamanca in the north. The distance to be watched was some 20 miles, but as the river was in many places unfordable, it was necessary only to place patrols here, while strong parties were posted, not only on the main roads, but at all points where by-roads or peasants' tracks led down to the bank. On that day, a bridge was thrown across the Equata, 6 miles below Ciudad, for the passage of artillery, but owing to the difficulties of carriage, it was 5 days later before the artillery and ammunition could be brought over, and this was only done by the aid of 800 carts, which Wellington had caused to be quietly constructed during the preceding 3 months. On the 8th, the Light Division and Pax Portuguese contingent forded the Equata 3 miles above Ciudad, and making a long detour, took up their position behind a hill called the Great Tison. They remained quiet during the day, and the garrison, believing that they had only arrived to enable the force that had long blockaded the town to render the investment more complete, no measures of defense were taken. But at night, the Light Division fell suddenly on the redoubt of San Francisco on the Great Tison. The assault was completely successful. The garrison was a small one, and had not been reinforced. A few of them were killed, and the remainder taken with a loss to the assailants of only 24 men and officers. A Portuguese regiment, commanded by Colonel Elder, then set to work, and these, in spite of a heavy fire, kept up all night by the French force, completed a parallel, 600 yards in length, before day broke. End of chapter 17. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 18 of Under Wellington's Command by HENTY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by HENTY. Chapter 18. The Sack of a City. For the next 4 days, the troops worked night and day, the operations being carried on under a tremendous fire from the French batteries, the trenches being carried along the whole line of the small Tison. On the night of the 13th, the convent of Santa Cruz was captured. On the 14th, the batteries opened fire against the town, and before morning, the 40th Regiment carried the convent to San Francisco, and thus established itself within the suburb, which was enclosed by an entrenchment that the Spanish had thrown up there during the last siege. The French artillery was very powerful, and at times overpowered that of the besiegers. Some gallant sorties were also made, but by the 19th, 2 breaches were effected in the ramparts, and preparations were made for an assault. That evening, Terence received an order to march at once to the place and to join Pax Portuguese. The assault was to be made by the 3rd and Light Divisions, aided by Pax Command and Colonel O'Toole's Portuguese riflemen. The main British army lay along the Coa, in readiness to advance at once and give battle should Marmont come up to the assistance of the besieged town. On the 19th, both the breaches were pronounced practicable, and during the day the guns of the besiegers were directed against the artillery on the ramparts, while the storming parties prepared for their work. The 3rd Division was to attack the Great Breach, the Light Division was to make for the Small Breach, and upon entering the enclosure known as the Fosse Bray, a portion were to turn and enter the town by the Salamanca gate, while the others were to penetrate by the breach. Colonel O'Toole, with his Portuguese, was to cross the river and to aid the right attack, while Pax Portuguese were to make a false attack on the San Jago gate on the other side of the town, and to convert this into a real assault if the defense should prove feeble. The French scarcely appeared conscious that the critical moment was at hand, but they had raised breastworks along the tops of both breaches, and were perfectly prepared for the assault. When the signal was given, the attack was begun on the right. The 5th, 77th, and 94th Regiments rushed from the convent of Santa Cruz, leapt down into the Fosse Bray, and made their way to the foot of the Great Breach, which they reached at the same moment as the rest of the 3rd Division, who had run down from the small Tison. A terrible fire was opened upon them, but, undismayed by shell, grape, and musketry from the ramparts and houses, they drove the French behind their new work. Here, however, the enemy stood so stoutly that no progress could be made. Unable to cross the obstacle, the troops nevertheless maintained their position, although suffering terrible losses from the French fire. Equally furious was the attack on the small breach by the light division. After a few minutes' fighting, they succeeded in bursting through the ranks of the defenders, and then turning to the right, fought their way along the ramparts until they reached the top of the great breach. The French there wavered on finding that their flank was turned, and the 3rd Division, seizing the opportunity, hurled themselves upon them, and this breach was also won. O'Toole's attack was successful, and on the other side of the town, Pax Portuguese, meeting with no resistance, had blown open the gate of San Jago and had also entered the town. Here a terrible scene took place, and the British troops sullied their victory by the wildest and most horrible excesses. They had neither forgotten nor forgiven the treatment they had experienced at the hands of the Spanish, both before and after the Battle of Talavera, when they were almost starved, while the Spaniards had abundant supplies, and yet left the British wounded unattended to die of starvation in the hospitals, while they evacuated the city. From that time their animosity against the Spaniards had been vastly greater than their feeling against the French, who had always behaved as gallant enemies and had treated their wounded and prisoners with the greatest kindness. Now this long pent-up feeling burst out, and murder, rapine, and violence of all sorts raged for some hours, wholly without check. Officers who endeavored to protect the hapless inhabitants were shot down, all commands were unheeded, and abominable atrocities were perpetrated. Some share of the blame rests with Wellington and his staff, who had taken no measures whatever for maintaining order in the town, when possession should be gained of it, a provision which should never be omitted in the case of an assault. The Portuguese, whose animosity against the Spaniards was equally bitter, imitated the example of their British comrades. Fires broke out in several places, which added to the horror of the scene. The castle was still held by the French, the troops having retreated there as soon as the breach had been carried. There was not, therefore, even the excuse of the excitement of street fighting to be made for the conduct of the victors. In vain Terence and his officers endeavored to keep their men together. By 3s and 4s these scattered down the side streets to join the searchers for plunder, until at last he remained alone with his British and Portuguese officers. "This is horrible," he said to Ryan as the shouts, shrieks, and screams told that the work of murder as well as plunder was being carried on. "It is evident that single-handed nothing can be done. I propose that we divide into 2 parties, and take these 2 houses standing together under our protection. We will have 2 English officers with each, as there is no chance of the soldiers listening to a Portuguese officer. How many are there of us?" There were the 12 captains and 20 subalterns. "Bull and McWhitty, do you take half of them. Colonel Herrera, Ryan, and I will take the other half. When you have once obtained admission, barricade the door and lower windows with furniture. When the rioters arrive, show yourselves at the windows, and say that you have orders to protect the houses from insult, and if any attack is made, you will carry out your orders at whatever cost. When they see 4 British officers at the windows, they will suppose that special instructions have been given us with respect to these 2 houses. If they attack, we must each defend ourselves to the last, holding the stairs that they break in. If only our house is attacked, come with half your force to our assistance, and we will do the same to you. We can get along by those balconies, without coming down into the street." The force was at once divided. Terence knocked at the door of one house, and his majors at that of the other. No answer was received, but as they continued to knock with such violence that it seemed as if they were about to break down the doors, these were presently opened. Terence entered. A Spanish gentleman, behind whom stood a number of trembling servants, advanced. "What would you have, Signor?" he asked. "I see you are an officer. Surely you cannot menace with violence those who are your allies." "You are right, Signor, but unfortunately our troops have shaken off all discipline and are pillaging and I'm afraid murdering. The men of my own regiment have joined the rest, and I with my officers, finding ourselves powerless, have resolved at least to protect your mansion and the next from our maddened troops. I can give you my word of honor that I and these gentlemen, who are all my officers, have come as friends, and are determined to defend until the last your mansion, which happened to be the first we came to. A similar party is taking charge of the next house, and if necessary, we can join forces." "I thank you indeed, sir. I am the Count de Montego. I have my wife and daughters here, and in their name as well as my own, I thank you most cordially. I have some 20 men, sir. Alone we could do nothing, but they will aid you in every way if you will but give your orders." "In the first place, Count, we will move as many articles of heavy furniture as possible against the doors. I see that your lower windows are all barred. We had better place mattresses behind them, to prevent shot from penetrating. I hope, however, that it will not come to that, and that I shall be able to persuade any that may come along that these houses are under special protection." The Count at once ordered his servants to carry out the British officer's instructions, and the whole party were soon engaged in piling heavy furniture against the door. The Count had gone out to allay the fears of his wife and daughters, who with the female servants were gathered in terrible anxiety in the drawing-room above. As soon as the preparations were completed, Terence, Ryan, and Herrera went upstairs, and after being introduced to the ladies, who were now to some extent reassured, Terence went out onto the balcony with Ryan, as he thought it was best that only British officers should show themselves. Terrible as the scene had been before, it was even worse now. The soldiers had everywhere broken into the cellars, and numbers of them were already drunk. Many discharged their muskets recklessly, some quarreled among themselves as to the spoil they had taken, and fierce fights occurred. In 2 or 3 minutes, Bull and McWhitty appeared on the balcony of the next house. "I see it is too far to get across," Terence said. "If you cannot find a plank, set half a dozen men to prise up a couple from the floor." Presently, a number of soldiers came running along down the street. "'Ere, two big houses," one shouted. "There ought to be plenty of plunder 'ere." "Halt!" Terence shouted. "These houses are under special protection, and as you see, I myself and 3 other British officers are placed here to see that no one enters. I have a strong force under my orders, and anyone attempting to break down the doors will be shot instantly, and all who aid him will be subsequently tried and hung." The men, on seeing 4 British officers, 3 of them in the dress of field officers, and 1, the speaker, in the uniform of the staff, at once drew back. "Come on, mates," one said as they stood indecisive. "We shall only lose time here, while others are getting as much plunder as they can carry. Let us go on." But as the wine took effect, others who came along were less disposed to listen to orders. Gradually gathering until they were in considerable numbers, several shots were fired at the officers, and one man, advancing to the steps, began to hammer at the door with the butt end of his musket. Terence leaned over the balcony, and drawing his pistol and taking a steady aim, fired, and the man fell with a sharp cry. A number of shots were fired from below, but the men were too unsteady to take aim, and Terence was uninjured. Again he stood up. "Men," he shouted, "you have shown yourselves to be brave soldiers today. Are you now going to disgrace yourselves by mutiny against officers who are doing their duty, thereby running the risk of being tried and hung? I tell you again that these houses are both defended by a strong force, and that we shall protect them at all hazard. Go elsewhere where booty is to be more easily obtained." His words, however, were unheeded. Some more shots were fired, and then there was a general rush at the doors, while another party attacked that of the next house. The officers were all provided with pistols, and Terence hurried below with Ryan. "Do not fire," he said to the others, "until they break down the door. It will take them some time, and at any moment fresh troops may be marched in to restore order." The door was a strong one, and backed as it was, it resisted for a considerable time. Those who first attacked it speedily broke the stocks of their guns, and had to make way for others. Presently the attack ceased suddenly. "Run upstairs, Dickie, and see what they are doing, and how things are going next door." Ryan soon returned. "They are bringing furniture and a lot of straw from the houses opposite. They have broken down the next door, but have not got in yet." "Let the servants at once set to work to draw pails of water from the well in the courtyard and carry them upstairs." Ryan, you had better go into the next house and see if they are pressed. Tell them that they must hold out without my help for a short time. I'm going to send 6 officers out by the back of the house to collect some of our men together. Another will be in readiness to open the back door as soon as they return. I shall keep them from firing the pile as long as I can. The Count has 2 double-barreled guns. I don't want to use them if I can help it, but they shall not get in here. Do you stop and help next door. There can be no fighting here yet, for if they do burn the door, it will be a long time before they can get in. The native officers started at once. They were of opinion that they would soon be able to bring in a good many of their men, for the Portuguese are a sober race, and few would have got intoxicated. Most of the men would soon find that there was not much booty to be obtained, and that even what they got would probably be snatched from them by the English soldiers, and would consequently be glad to return to their duty again. An officer took his place at the back door, in readiness to remove the bars. Another went up with Terence to the first floor, and the remainder stopped in the hall, with 6 of the men servants. Terence went upstairs and looked down into the street. There was a lot of furniture with bundles of faggots and straw piled there. Now, he said to the officer, empty these pails at once. The servants will soon bring some more up. I will stand here with these guns and fire at anyone who interferes with you. Just come out into the balcony, empty your pails over, and go back at once. You need scarcely show yourself, and there is not much chance of your being hit by those drunken rascals. Yells and shouts of rage were heard below as the water was thrown over. As fast as the pails were emptied, the servants carried them off and refilled them. At last, 2 soldiers appeared from a house opposite with blazing torches. Guns had been loaded by the Count with small shot, as Terence was anxious not to take life. As soon as the 2 men appeared, he raised the fowling piece to his shoulder and fired both barrels in quick succession. With a yell of pain, the soldiers dropped their torches. One fell to the ground, the other clapped his hands to his face, and ran down the street in an agony as if half mad. Half a dozen muskets were discharged, but Terence had stepped back the moment he had fired, and handed the gun to the Count, who was standing behind him to recharge. 2 other soldiers picked up the torches, but dropped them as Terence again fired. Another man snatched up one of them and flung it across the street. It fell upon some straw that had been thoroughly soaked by the water and burned out there harmlessly. It was not long before the servants began to arrive with the full buckets, and when these also had been emptied, Terence, glancing over, had little fear that the pile could now be lighted. The pails were sent down again, and he waited for the next move. The fighting had ceased at the other door, the soldiers having drawn back from the barricade to see the effect of the fire. Ryan ran across the blank and rejoined Terence. "Things are quiet there for the present," he said. "There has not been much harm done. When they had partly broken down the door, they began firing through it. Bull and McWhitty kept the others back from the line of fire, and not a pistol has been discharged yet. Bull cut down one fellow who tried to climb over the barricade, but otherwise no blood has been shed on either side." Help was coming now. One of the Portuguese officers was admitted, with 24 men that he had picked up. The others came in rapidly, and within a quarter of an hour 300 men were assembled. All were sober and looked thoroughly ashamed of themselves as they were formed up in the courtyard. Terence went down to them. He said no word of blame. "Now, men," he said, "you have to retrieve your characters. Half of you will post yourselves at the windows from the ground floor to the top of the house. You are not to show yourselves till you receive orders to do so. You are not to load your guns, but as you peer at the windows, point them down into the street. The officers will post you, 5 at each window. The rest of you are at once to clear away the furniture in the hall, and when you receive the order, throw open the door and pour out, forming across the street as you do so. Captain Ryan will be in command of you. You are not to load, but to clear the street with your bayonets. If any of the soldiers are too drunk to get out of your way, knock them down with the butt end of your muskets. But if they rush at you, use your bayonets." He went round the house and saw that 5 men were in readiness at each window looking into the street. He ordered them to leave the doors open. "A pistol will be fired from the first landing," he said. "That will be the signal. Then show yourselves at once." He waited until Ryan's party had cleared away the furniture. He then went out onto the balcony and addressed the crowd of soldiers who were standing, uncertain what step to take next, Many of them having already gone off in search of plunder elsewhere. "Listen to me, men," he shouted. "Hitherto I have refrained from employing force against men who, after behaving as heroes, are now acting like madmen, but I shall do so no longer. I will give you 2 minutes to clear off, and anyone who remains at the end of that time will have to take his chance." Derisive shouts and threats arose in reply. He turned round and nodded to the Count, who was standing at the door of the room with a pistol in his hand. He raised it and fired, and in a moment soldiers appeared at every window, menacing the crowd below with their rifles. At the same moment the door opened, and the Portuguese poured out, with Ryan at their head, trampling over the pile raised in front of it. There was a moment of stupefied dismay amongst the soldiers. Hitherto none had believed that there were any in the houses, with the exception of a few officers, and the sudden appearance of 100 men at the windows, and a number pouring out through the door, took them so completely by surprise that there was not even a thought of resistance. Men who had faced the terrors of the deadly breaches turned and fled, and save a few leaning stupidly against the opposite wall, none remained by the time Ryan had formed up the 2 lines across the street. Each of these advanced a short distance, and were at once joined by the defenders of the other house, and by those at the windows. "Do you take command of one line, Bull, and you of the other, McWitty. I don't think that we shall be meddled with, but should any of them return and attack you, you will first try and persuade them to go away quietly. If they still attack, you will at once fire upon them. Harara, will you send out all your officers and bring the men in at the back doors as before? We shall soon have the greater part of the regiment here, and with them we can hold the street, if necessary, against any force that is likely to attack it." In half an hour, indeed, more than 1,500 men had been rallied, and while 2 lines, each 100 strong, were formed across the street, some 80 yards apart, the rest were drawn up in a solid body in the center. Terence's order being that, if attacked in force, half of them were to at once enter the houses on both sides of the street, and to man the windows. He felt sure, however, that the sight of so strong a force would be sufficient to prevent the rioters interfering with them, the soldiers being, for the most part, too drunk to act together or with a common object. This indeed proved to be the case. Parties at times came down the street, but on seeing the dark lines of troops drawn up, they retired immediately on being hailed by the English officers, and slunk off under the belief that a large body of troops had entered the town. An hour later, a mounted officer, followed by some 5 or 6 others and some orderlies, rode up. "What troops are these?" the officer asked. "The Minho Portuguese regiment, General," Bull answered, "commanded by Colonel O'Connor." The general rode on, the line opened, and he and his staff passed through. Terence, who had posted himself in the balcony so as to have a view of the whole street, at once ran down. 2 of the men with torches followed him. On approaching, he at once recognized the officer as General Bernard, who commanded one of the brigades of the Light Division. "So, your regiment has remained firm, Colonel O'Connor?" the general said. "I am sorry to say, sir, that it did not, at first, but scattered like the rest of the troops. My officers and myself for some time defended these 2 large houses from the attack of the soldiery. Matters became very serious, and I then sent out some of my officers, who soon collected 300 men, which sufficed to disperse the rioters without our being obliged to fire a shot. The officers then again went out, and now between 15 and 1,600 men are here. I am glad you have come, sir, for I felt in a great difficulty. It was hard to stay here inactive, when I was aware that the town was being sacked, and atrocities of every kind perpetrated, but upon the other hand, I dared not undertake the responsibility of attempting to clear the streets. Such an attempt would probably end in desperate fighting. It might have resulted in heavy loss on both sides, and have caused such ill feeling between the British and Portuguese troops as to seriously interfere with the general dispositions for the campaign." "No doubt you have taken the best course that could be pursued, Colonel O'Connor, but I must take on myself the responsibility of doing something. My appearance at the head of your regiment will have some effect upon the men of the Light Division, and those who are sober will, no doubt, rally round me, though hitherto my efforts have been altogether powerless. All the officers will of course join us at once. I fear that many have been killed trying to protect the inhabitants, but now that we have at least got a nucleus of good troops, I have no doubt that we shall be successful. Have you any torches?
There's a supply of them in the house, sir.
Get them all lighted, and divide them among the men. As soon as you have done this, form the regiment into column.
Are they to load, sir?
Yes, the general said shortly, but instruct your officers that no one is to fire without orders, and that the sound of firing at the head of the column is not to be considered as a signal for the rest to open fire, though it may be necessary to shoot some of these insubordinate scoundrels. By the way, I think it will be best that only the leading company should load. The rest have their bayonets, and can use them if attacked. Some 40 torches were handed over by the Count. These were lighted and distributed along the line, 10 being carried by the leading company. You have bugles, Colonel.
Yes, sir. There is one to each company.
Let them all come to the front and play the assembly as they march on. Now will you ride at their head by my side, sir? Dismount one of my orderlies and take his horse.
By the time all the preparations were completed, they had been joined by nearly 200 more men. Just before they started, Terence said, "Would it not be well, General, if I were to tell off a dozen parties of 20 men, each under the command of a steady non-commissioned officer, to enter the houses on each side of the road as we go along, and to clear out any soldiers they may find there?"
Certainly, but I think that when they see the regiment marching along and hear the bugles, they will clear out fast enough of their own accord.
With the bugles blowing, the regiment started, 20 men with an officer having left behind at each of the houses they had defended, in case parties of marauders should arrive and endeavor to obtain an entrance. As they marched by, men appeared at the windows. Most of these were soldiers who, with an exclamation of alarm when they saw the general, followed by 2 battalions in perfect order, hastily ran down and made their escape by the backs of the houses, or came quietly out, and forming in some sort of order, accompanied the regiment. Several shots were heard behind as the search parties cleared out those who had remained in the houses, and presently the force entered the main square of the town and halted in its center, the bugles still blowing the assembly. Numbers of officers at once ran up, and many of the more sober soldiers. "Form them up as they arrive," the general said to the officers. In a few minutes, some 500 men had gathered. "Do you break your regiment into 4 columns, Colonel O'Connor. A fourth of these men shall go with each, with a strong party of officers. The soldiers will be less inclined to resist if they see their own comrades and officers with your troops, than if the latter were alone. I will take the command of one column myself. Do you take that of another. Colonel Strong, will you join one of the majors of Colonel O'Connor's regiment, and will you, Major Hughes, join the other? All soldiers who do not at once obey your summons to fall in will be taken prisoners, and those who use violence you will shoot without hesitation. All drunken men are to be picked up and sent back here. Place a strong guard over them, and see that they do not make off again." 5 minutes later, the 4 columns started in different directions. A few soldiers, who, inflamed by drink, fired at those who summoned them to surrender, and were instantly shot, and in half an hour the terrible din that had filled the air had quieted down. Morning was breaking now. In the great square, officers were busy drawing up the men who had been brought in order of their regiments. The inhabitants issued from their houses, collected the bodies of those who had been killed in the streets, and carried them into their homes, and sounds of wailing and lamentation rose from every house. Lord Wellington now rode in with his staff. The regiments that had disgraced themselves were at once marched out of the town, and the places taken by those of other divisions. But nothing could repair the damage that had been done, and the doings of that night excited throughout Spain a feeling of hostility to the British that has scarcely subsided to this day, and was heightened by the equally bad conduct of the troops at the storming of Badajoz. Long before the arrival of Lord Wellington, the whole of the Minho regiment had rejoined. Terence ordered that the latecomers should not be permitted to fall in with their companies, but should remain as a separate body. He marched the regiment to a quiet spot in the suburbs, and ordered them to form in a hollow square, with the men who had last joined in the center. These he addressed sternly. "For the first time," he said, "since this regiment was formed, I am ashamed of my men. I had thought that I could rely upon you under all circumstances. I find this is not so, and that the greed for plunder has, at once, broken down the bonds of discipline. Those who, the moment they were called upon, returned to their colors, I can forgive, seeing that the British regiment set them so bad an example. But you men,
who to the last remained insubordinate, I cannot forgive. You have disgraced not only yourselves but your regiment, and I shall request Lord Wellington to attach you to some other force. I only want to command men I can rely upon." A loud chorus of lament and entreaty rose from the men. "It is as painful to me as it is to you," Terence went on, raising his hands for silence. "How proud I should have been if, this morning, I could have met the general and said that the regiment he had been good enough to praise so highly several times had proved trustworthy, instead of having to report that every man deserted his officers, and that many continued the evil work of pillage, and worse to the end." Many of the men wept loudly. Others dropped upon their knees and implored Terence to forgive them. He had already instructed his 2 majors what was to be done, and they and the 12 captains now stepped forward. "Colonel," Bull said in a loud voice that could be heard over all the square, "we, as the officers of the Minho regiment, thoroughly agree with you in all that you have said, and feel deeply the disgrace the conduct of these men has brought upon it. But we trust that you will have mercy on them, and we are ready to promise in their name that never again will they so offend, and that their future conduct will show how deeply they repent of their error." There was a general cry from the men of, "Indeed we do. Punish us as you like, Colonel, but don't send us away from the regiment." Terence stood as if hesitating for some time. Then he said, "I cannot resist the prayer of your officers, men, and I am willing to believe that you deeply regret the disgrace you have brought upon us all. Of one thing I am determined upon. Not one man in the regiment shall be any the better for his share in this night's work, and that this accursed plunder shall not be retained. A blanket will be spread out here in front of me, and the regiment will pass along before me by 2s. Each man, as he files by, will empty out the contents of his pockets, and swear solemnly that he has retained no object of spoil whatever. After that is over, I shall have an inspection of kits, and if any article of value is found concealed, I will hand over its owner to the provost marshal to be shot forthwith." The operation took upwards of 2 hours. At Herrera's suggestion, a table was brought out, a crucifix placed upon it, and each man as he came up, after emptying out his pockets, swore solemnly, laying his hand upon the table, that he had given up all the spoil he had collected. Terence could not help smiling at the scene the regiment presented before the men began to file past. No small proportion of the men stripped off their coats, and unwound from their bodies rolls of silk, costly veils, and other stuffs of which they had taken possession. All these were laid down by the side of the blankets, on which a pile of gold and silver coins, a great number of rings, brooches, and bracelets, had accumulated by the time the whole had passed by. "The money cannot be restored," Terence said to Herrera. "Therefore set 4 non-commissioned officers to count it out. Have the jewels all placed in a bag. Let all the stuffs and garments be made into bundles. I shall be obliged if you will take a sufficient number of men to carry them, and to go down yourself with a guard of 20 men to the syndic, or whatever they call their head man, and hand them over to him. Say that the Minho regiment returns the spoil it had captured, and deeply regrets its conduct. Will you say that I beg him to divide the money among the sufferers most in need of it, and to dispose the jewels and other things where they can be seen, and to issue a notice to the inhabitants that all can come and inspect them, and those who can bring proof that any of the articles belong to them can take them away." The regiment was by this time formed up again, and Terence, addressing them, told them of the orders that he had given, saying that as the regiment had made all the compensation in their power, and had rid itself of the spoils of a people whom they had professedly come to aid, it could now look the Spaniards in the face again. Just as he had concluded, a staff officer rode up. "Lord Wellington wishes to speak to you, Colonel," he said. "We have been looking about for you everywhere, but your regiment seemed to have vanished." "Then I must leave the work of inspecting the kits to you, Herrera. You will see that every article is unfolded and closely examined, and place every man in whose kit anything is discovered under arrest at once. I trust that you will not find anything, but if you do, place a strong guard over the prisoners, with loaded muskets, and orders to shoot any one of them who tries to escape." Walking by the side of the staff officer, for he had returned the horse lent him by General Bernard, he accompanied him to a house in the great square, where Lord Wellington had taken up his quarters. End of chapter 18. Recording
by Charles Sapp. Chapter 19 of Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. Chapter 19. Gratitude. Your regiment has been distinguishing itself again, Colonel O'Connor. I have heard from 3 sources. First, from General Bernard reporting to me that he and the other officers were wholly unable to restrain the troops from their villainous work last night, until he found you and your regiment drawn up in perfect order, and was able with it to put an end to the disorder everywhere reigning. In the second place, the Count de Montego and the Marquis de Valoroso, 2 of the wealthiest nobles in the province, had called upon me to return thanks for the inestimable service, as they expressed it, rendered by Colonel O'Connor and his officers in defending their houses and protecting the rise and honor of their families from the assaults of the soldiers. They said that the defenders consisted entirely of officers. How was that? I am sorry to say that my men were, at first, infected by the general spirit of disorder. Left alone by ourselves, I thought that we could not do anything better than save, from spoliation, 2 fine mansions that happened to be at the spot where we had been left. We had to stand a sharp siege for 2 or 3 hours, but we abstained as far as possible from using our arms, and I think that only 2 or 3 of the soldiers were wounded. However, we should have had to use our pistols in earnest in a short time, had I not sent out several of my officers by the back entrance of the house, and these were not long in finding and persuading to return to their duties a couple of 100 men. As soon as we sallied out, the affair was at an end, and the soldiers fled. The officers were sent out again, and when an hour later General Bernard came up, we had some 1,700 in readiness for action, and his arrival relieved me of the heavy responsibility of deciding what course had better be adopted. Yes, he told me so, and I think that you acted very wisely in holding your men back till he arrived, for nothing could have been more unfortunate than a conflict in the streets between British and Portuguese troops. There is no doubt that, had it not been for your regiment, the disgraceful scenes of last night would have been very much worse than they were. I should be glad if you will convey my thanks to them. Thank you, sir, but I shall be obliged if you will allow me to say that you regret to hear that a regiment, in which you place confidence, should have at first behaved so badly, but that they had retrieved their conduct by their subsequent behavior, and had acted as you would have expected of them. I have been speaking very severely to them this morning, and I am afraid that the effect of my words will be altogether lost, were I to report your commendation of their conduct without any expression of blame. Lord Wellington smiled. Do as you like, Colonel O'Connor. However, your regiment will be placed in orders today, as an exception to the severe censure passed upon the troops who entered the town last night. And do you really think that they will behave better another time? I am sure they will, sir. I threatened to have the 300 who would not join when General Bernard arrived transferred to another regiment, and it was only upon their solemn promise, and by the whole of the officers guaranteeing their conduct in the future, that I forgave them. Moreover, every article taken in money, jewels, or dress has been given up, and I have sent them to the syndic, the money for distribution among the sufferers, the jewelry and other things to be reclaimed by those from whom they were taken. Their kits were being examined thoroughly when I came away, but I think I can say with certainty that no single stolen article will be found in them. You have done very well, sir, very well, and your influence with your men is surprising. Your regiment will be quartered in the convent of San Jose. Other divisions will move in this afternoon, and take the place of the 1st and 3rd Brigades. Your regiment, therefore, may consider it a high honor that they will be retained here. I dare say that it will not be long before I find work for you to do again. Lord Somerset will give you an order at once to take possession of the convent. Terence returned to the regiment in high spirits. The work of inspection was still going on. At its conclusion, Colonel Harara reported that no single article of plunder had been found. I am gratified that it is so, Harara, he said. Now let the regiment form up in Hollow Square again. Men, he went on, I have a message for you from Lord Wellington. And he repeated that which he had suggested. Thus you see, men, that the conduct of those who had once obeyed orders and returned to the ranks has caused the misconduct of the others to be forgiven,
and Lord Wellington has still confidence that the regiment will behave well in future. The fact that all plunder has been given up to be restored to his owners had, of course, some effect in inducing him to believe this. I hope that every man will take the lesson to heart, that the misdeeds of a few may bring disgrace on a whole regiment, and that you will in future do nothing to forfeit the name that the Minho regiment has gained for good conduct as well as for bravery." A loud cheer broke from the regiment, who then marched to the convent of San Jose and took up his quarters there. 2 hours later, the two Spanish nobles called upon Terence. The Count of Montego introduced his companion. "We have only just heard where you were quartered," he went on. "We have both been trying in vain all morning to find you. Not a soldier of your regiment was to be seen in the streets, and although we questioned many officers, none could say where you were. You went off so suddenly last night that I had no opportunity of expressing our gratitude to you and your officers." "You said enough and more than enough last night, Count," Terence replied, "and we were all glad indeed that we were able to protect both your houses. Lord Wellington informed me that you had called upon him and had spoken highly of the service we had been able to render you. Pray say no more about it. I can quite understand what you feel, and I can assure you that no thanks are due to me for having done my duty as a British officer and a gentleman on so lamentable and, I admit, disgraceful an occasion. My wife and daughters, and those of the Marquis of Valoroso, are all most anxious to see you, and thank you and your officers. They were too frightened and agitated last night to say aught, and indeed, as they say, they scarcely noticed your features. Can you bring your officers round now?" "I am sorry to say I cannot do that, Signor. They have to see after the arrangements and comfort of the men, and getting of the rations, the cooking, and so on. Tomorrow they will, I am sure, be glad to pay you a visit." "But you can come, can you not, Colonel?" "Yes, I am at liberty now, Count, and shall be happy to pay my respects to the Signoras." "The more I hear," the Marquis said as they walked along together, "of the events of last night, the more deeply I feel the service that you have rendered us. I am unable to understand how it is that your soldiers should behave with such outrageous violence to allies." "It is very disgraceful, and greatly to be regretted, Signor, but I am bound to say, as I have now gone through 4 campaigns, and remember the conduct of the Spanish authorities to our troops during our march to Talavera, our stay there, and our retreat, I am by no means surprised that among the soldiers who are unable to draw a distinction between the people and the authorities, there should be a deep and lasting hatred. There is no such hatred for the French. Our men fought the battle of Talavera when weak with hunger, while the Spaniards, who engaged to supply them with provisions, were feasting. Our men were neglected and starved in the hospitals, and would have died to a man had not, happily for them, the French arrived and treated them with the greatest humanity and kindness. Soldiers do not forget this sort of thing. They know that, for the last 3 years, the promises of the Spanish authorities have never once been kept, and that they have had to suffer greatly from the want of transport and stores promised. We can, of course, discriminate between the people at large and their authorities, but the soldiers can make no such distinction, and deeply as I deplore what has happened here, I must own that the soldiers have at least some excuse for their conduct." The 2 Spaniards were silent. "I cannot gainsay your statement," the Count of Montego said. "Indeed, no words can be too strong for the conduct of both the central and all the provincial juntas." "Then, Signor, how is it that the people do not rise and sweep them away, and choose honest and resolute men in their place?" "That is a difficult question to answer, Colonel. It may be said, why do not all people, when ill governed, destroy their tyrants? Possibly because, as a rule, the tyrants have armies at their backs. But here, such armies as there are, although nominally under the orders of the juntas, are practically led by their own generals, and would obey them rather than the juntas. However, that is a matter for the Spanish people alone. Although we have suffered cruelly by the effects of your system, please remember that I am not in the smallest degree defending the conduct of our troops, but only trying to show that they had at least some excuse for regarding the Spaniards as foes rather than as allies, and that they had, as they considered, a long list of wrongs to avenge." "There is truth in all you say, Colonel. Unfortunately, men like ourselves, who are the natural leaders of the people, hold aloof from these petty provincial struggles, and leave the public offices to be filled with greedy adventurers, and have been accustomed to consider work of any kind beneath us. The country is paying dearly for it now. I trust when the war is over, seeing how the country has suffered by our absentation from politics and from the affairs of our provinces, we shall put ourselves forward to aid in the regeneration of Spain." By this time they had arrived at the door of the Count's house. The street had been to some extent cleared, but shattered doors, broken windows, portions of costly furniture, and household articles of all sorts still showed how terrible had been the destruction of the previous night. Large numbers of the poorer class were at work clearing the roads, as the city authorities had been ordered by Lord Wellington to restore order in all the thoroughfares. The Count led the way up to the drawing-room. The Countess and her 3 daughters rose. "I introduced our brave defender to you last night," the Count said, "but in the half-darkened room, and in the confusion and alarm that prevailed, you could have had but so slight a view of him that I doubt whether you would know him again." "I should not indeed," the Countess said. "We have been speaking of him ever since, but could not agree as to his appearance. Oh, Signor, no word can tell you how grateful we feel to you for your defense of us last night. What horrors we should have suffered had it not been for your interposition." "I am delighted to have been of service to you, Signora. It was my duty, and it was a very pleasurable one, I can assure you, and I pray you to say no more about it." "How is it that you speak Spanish so well, Signor?" the Countess asked after her daughters had shyly expressed their gratitude to Terence. "I owe it chiefly to a muleteer of Salamanca. I was a prisoner there last year, and he accompanied me for a month after I made my escape from the prison. Also, I owe much to the guerrilla chief Moras, with whom I acted for 6 weeks last autumn. I learned a little of your language before, and speaking Portuguese fluently, I naturally picked it up without any great difficulty." "Your name is not unknown to us, Colonel," the Count said. "Living so close to the frontier as we do, we naturally know much of what passes in Portugal, and heard you spoken of as a famous leader of a strong Portuguese regiment that seems to have been in the thick of all the fighting. But we heard that you had been taken prisoner by the French at the Battle of Fuentes de Horno." "Yes, I had the misfortune to be captured by them, and was sent to Salamanca, but I escaped by the aid of a girl who sold fruit in the prison. A muleteer took me with him on a journey to Cadiz, and thence I came round to Lisbon by ship." "You seem very young to have seen so much service, if you will excuse my saying so, Colonel." Terence smiled. "I have had great luck, Signor, extraordinary luck." "Ah, Colonel, we know how well you have deserved that luck, as you call it, but you would never have been in command of such a regiment if you had not done something very much out of the way to attract the attention of your commanders." "I was not appointed to the regiment. I raised them myself. That is to say, I came under a number of Portuguese who had been called out for service, but had neither leader nor arms. Being anxious to fight for their country, they asked me to be their leader, and I accepted the offer. I found them docile and obedient, and with the aid of 2 British troopers with me, a Spanish officer, and 12 of his troopers, I established something like order and discipline, and as we were fortunate in our first affair with the enemy, they had faith in me, and I was able to raise them to a point of discipline, which is, I think, now quite equal to that of our own regiments. Seeing that I had made myself useful with my corps, I was confirmed to my command and obtained the rank of colonel in the Portuguese service, and am now a major in our own." "I hope, Signor, that later on you will tell us the story of some of your adventures. Be assured that the house and all in it are yours, and that it is not from mere curiosity that we would hear your story, but that, as we shall ever retain a grateful memory of what you had done for us, everything relating to you is of deep interest to us." After chatting for another quarter of an hour, Terence went with the Count de Montego to the house next door. Here he received an equally warm welcome from the wife and son and daughter of the Marquis. At both houses he was warmly urged to take up his quarters there during his stay at Ciudad, but explained that his place was with his regiment. He promised that he would call frequently when his duties permitted him to do so. The next day the 2 Spanish noblemen came to him, and after a parade was over, carried off the greater portion of the officers to be also introduced to their families.
From that time, 3 or 4 of the officers were always invited to dinner at each house. Terence and Ryan frequently spent their evenings there, and their hosts introduced them to many of the leading people in the town. The Spanish general, Carlos de España, was appointed governor of Ciudad. Papers having been discovered showing that many of the inhabitants had acted as French emissaries, these he executed without mercy. So rigorous, however, were his measures that it was felt that more than sufficient blood had been shed, and accordingly several British deserters found in the town were pardoned. Many others of these men had fallen, fighting desperately in the breach, believing that there was no hope of mercy being extended to them if taken prisoners. In the siege, the Allies lost 1,200 men and 90 officers, among whom were Generals Crawford and Mackinnon, both killed, and General Vandeleur badly wounded. Lord Wellington was created Duke of Ciudad Rodrigo by the Spaniards, and Earl of Wellington by the English. The French loss was 300 killed and wounded, 1,500 prisoners, an immense store of ammunition, and 150 guns. Thanks to the vigilance with which the Minho regiment had guarded the lines of the fords of the Yeltas, no news of the siege was received by Marmont in time for him to interfere with it. The bridge over the equator had been thrown across on the 1st of January, and the siege began on the 8th. But even on the 12th, nothing was known at Salamanca of the advance of the British army, and it was not until the 15th, 3 days after the town had fallen, that news that the siege had begun reached Marmont at Valladolid. He had ordered his army to concentrate on Salamanca, but it was not until the 25th that 35,000 men were collected there, and on the following day the news arrived of the fall of Ciudad. In the meantime, large numbers of laborers were being employed in repairing and strengthening the fortifications of that town, while Wellington labored in making preparations for the siege of Badajoz. These, however, progressed but slowly, owing to the refusal of the Portuguese government to supply transport for the guns, or to furnish any facilities whatever for the supply of food for the army. Wellington maintained his headquarters on the Coa until the first week in March, and then moved south with the greater part of the army, Ciudad being left entirely in the hands of the Spaniards, the general supplying the governor with provisions and stores, and explaining to him the object and intention of the new works. A very strong force was left to guard the frontier of Portugal from an invasion by Marmont, 50,000 men, of whom 20,000 were Portuguese, being scattered along the line and guarding all the passes, the Minho regiment being ordered to take post again at Pinhale. Terence left Ciudad with reluctance. He had all along been treated as a dear friend in the houses of the 2 Spanish noblemen, and spent most of his evenings at one or other of them. He had been obliged to tell in full detail all of his adventures since he joined the army. The rescue of his cousin from the convent at Oporto had particularly excited the interest of the ladies, who asked innumerable questions about her. Ryan frequently accompanied him, but his very slight knowledge of Spanish prevented him from feeling the same pleasure at the familiar intercourse. Bull and McWhitty were absolutely ignorant of the language, and although Herrera now and then accepted invitations to dinner, Terence and Ryan were the only 2 officers of the regiment who felt at home among the Spaniards. Before the regiment marched off, each of the Portuguese officers was presented with a handsome gold watch bearing an inscription expressing the gratitude of the 2 Spanish noblemen and their families. Bull, McWhitty, and Herrera received in addition heavy gold chains. Ryan received a splendid horse with saddle, holsters, and a brace of finely finished pistols, and a similar present was made to Terence. On the day when he went to say goodbye, he found the ladies of both families assembled at the Count de Montego's. His host said, "You must consider the horses and equipment as a special present from myself and the Marquis, Colonel O'Connor, but the ladies of our 2 families wish to give you a little memorial of their gratitude." "They are memorials only," his wife said, "and are feeble testimonies indeed of what we feel. These are the joint presents of the Marquis and her daughter, and of myself and my girls." And she gave him a small case containing a superb diamond ring of great value, and then a large case containing a magnificent parure of diamonds and emeralds. "This, signor, is for your future wife. She will value it, I am sure, not so much for what it may be worth, but as a testimony of the gratitude of 6 Spanish ladies for the inestimable services that you rendered them.
Perhaps they will have a special value in her eyes, inasmuch as the stones all form the small parts of the jewels of the two families you saved from plunder. We have, of course, had them reset, and there will be no difficulty in getting this done. For at present, ours are, I believe, the only jewels in Ciudad." "My dear Countess," Terence said, much moved, "I do not like taking so valuable a present." "What is it in comparison to what you have done for us, Signor? And please do not suppose that we have seriously diminished our store. Nowhere, I believe, have ladies such jewels as they have in Spain, and few families can boast of finer ones than those of the Marquis and myself. And I can assure you that we shall value our jewels all the more when we think that some of their companions will be worn by the wife of the gentleman who has preserved more than our lives." "That is a royal gift indeed," Herrera said when Terence showed him the jewels. "I should be afraid to say what they are worth. Many of the old Spanish families possess marvelous jewels, relics of the days when the Spaniards owned the wealth of the Indies and the spoils of half Europe, and I should imagine that these must have been among the finest stones in the possession of both families. If I were you, Colonel, I should take the very first opportunity that occurs of sending them to England." "You may be sure that I shall do so, Herrera. They are not the sort of things to be carried about in a cavalry wallet, and I have no other place to stow them. As soon as we arrive at Pinhel, I will get a strong box made to hold the two cases, and hand them over to the paymaster there, to be sent down to Lisbon by the next convoy. He sent home all the money that I did not want to keep by me when we were at Pinhel last." 2 other Portuguese regiments and a brigade of British infantry were stationed at Pinhel in readiness at any moment to march to Almeida or Guarda, should Marmont make a forward movement, which was probable enough, for it was evident by the concentration of his troops at Salamanca and Valladolid that he had no intention of marching south, but intended to leave it to Soult with the armies of Estremadura, Castile, and Andalusia to relieve Badajoz. From time to time, news came from that town. The siege had begun on the 17th of March, the attack being made on a fortified hill called the Picarina, but at first the progress was slow. Incessant rain fell, the ground became a swamp, and all operations had several times to be suspended, while Philippon, the brave officer who commanded the garrison, made numerous sorties from the town, with more or less success. On the night of the 25th, an assault was made on the strong fort on the Picarina, which was captured after desperate fighting, and the loss of 19 officers and 300 men killed and wounded. On the following day, the trenches were opened for the attack upon the town itself. The assailants labored night and day, and on the 6th a breach had been effected in a work called the Trinidad, and this was to be attacked by the 4th and Light Divisions. The castle was at the same time to be assailed by Picton's division, while General Power's Portuguese were to make a feint on the other side of the Gardena, and San Roque was to be stormed by the forces employed in the trenches. The enterprise was well nigh desperate. The breaches had not been sufficiently cleared, and it was known that the enemy had thrown up strong entrenchments behind them. Most of the guns were still in position to sweep the breaches, and another week at least should have been occupied in preparing the way for an assault. But Wellington was forced here, as at Ciudad, to fight against time. Soult was close at hand, and the British had not sufficient force to give him battle, and at the same time to continue the siege of the town, and it was therefore necessary either to carry the place at once, at whatever cost of life, or to abandon the fruits of all the efforts that had been made. Had Wellington's instructions been carried out, there would have been no occasion whatever for the assault to have been delivered until the breaches were greatly extended, the entrenchments destroyed, and the guns silenced. The Portuguese ministry, however, had thwarted him at every turn, and the siege could not be commenced until a fortnight after the date fixed by Wellington. This fortnight's delay cost the lives of 4,000 British soldiers. 4 of the assaults on the breaches failed. On the crest of these, Philippon had erected a massive stockade, thickly bristling with saber blades. On the upper part of the breach, planks, similarly studded, had been laid, while on the other side a vast number of shells, barrels of powder, faggots soaked in oil, and other missiles and combustibles were piled, in readiness for hurling down upon the assailants, while the soldiers behind the defences had been supplied with 4 muskets each. Never did British soldiers fight with such dogged bravery as was here evinced. Again and again they dashed at the breach, the centre of a volcano of fire. Shells burst among them, cannon poured volleys of grape through their ranks. The French plied them with musketry. Fireballs lit up the scene as if by day. Mines exploded under their feet. Yet again and again they reached the terrible breastwork. But all efforts to climb it were fruitless. Numbers of those in front were pressed to death against the sabres by the eager efforts of those behind to get up, and for hours the assault continued. At last, seeing the impossibility of success, and scorning to retreat, the men gathered at the foot of the breach, and there endured, sternly and silently, the murderous fire that was maintained by the enemy. Picton, however, had gained possession of the castle. Walker, with his command, had captured the bastion of San Vicente, and part of his command fought their way along the battlement toward the breaches, while another marched to the town. Finding that the town had been entered at several points, the defenders of the breach gave way, and the soldiers poured into the town. Here, even more hideous scenes of murder and rapine were perpetrated than at Ciudad Rodrigo, and went on for 2 days and nights, absolutely unchecked. It has never been satisfactorily explained why, after the events of the former town, no precautions were taken by the general commanding to prevent the recurrence of scenes that brought disgrace on the British army, and for which he cannot be held blameless. 5,000 men and officers were killed or wounded in the siege. Of these, 3,500 fell in the assault. The next 3 months passed without any action of importance. The discipline of the army had, as might have been expected, deteriorated greatly as a consequence of the unbridled license permitted to the soldiers after the capture of the 2 fortresses, and the absence of any punishment whatever for the excesses there committed. Lord Wellington complained bitterly in his letters home of the insubordination of the troops, of the outrages committed upon the peasantry, especially by detached parties, and of the general disobedience of orders. But he who had permitted the license and excesses to be carried on unchecked and unpunished cannot but be considered largely responsible for the natural consequences of such laxity. In May, heavy rains prevented any movement on either side, except that the town of Almaraz, a most important position at the bridge across the Tagus, permitting Soult and Marmont to join hands, was captured by surprise by General Hill, the works, which had been considered almost impregnable, being carried by assault in the course of an hour. This was one of the most brilliant exploits of the war. Wellington had moved north, and was again on the Equator, and on the 13th of June, rain having ceased, he crossed the river, and on the 16th arrived within 6 miles of Salamanca, and drove a French division across the Tormes. On the 17th, the river was crossed, both above and below the town, and the forts defending it were at once invested. Marmont had, that day, retired with 2 divisions of infantry and some cavalry, and was followed immediately by a strong British division. The Minho regiment had been one of the first to take post on the Equator, after Wellington's arrival on the Coa, and moved forward in advance of the army, which was composed of 24,000 British troops, with a Spanish division and several Portuguese regiments. As soon as Marmont had retired, Salamanca went wild with joy, although the circular forts still prevented the British from entering. The chief of these was San Vicente, which stood on a perpendicular cliff, overhanging the Tormes. It was flanked by 2 other strong forts, from which, however, it was divided by a ravine. The battering train brought with the army was altogether inadequate. Only 4 18-pounders and 3 24-pound howitzers were available, and the forts were far stronger than Wellington had been led to expect. A few guns had been sent forward by General Hill, and on the 18th 7 pieces opened fire on San Vicente. The next day some more howitzers arrived, and a breach was made in the wall of the convent. The ammunition was exhausted, and the fire ceased until more could be brought up. That day, however, Marmont, with a force of 20,000 men, was seen advancing to the relief of the forts. The British army at once withdrew from the neighborhood of the convent, and took up its position in order of battle on the heights of San Cristobal. On the 21st, 3 divisions of infantry and a brigade of cavalry joined Marmont, raising his force to 40,000 men. The French the next night sent a portion of their force across the Tormes, and when daylight broke, the German cavalry, which had been placed to guard the ford, was seen retiring before 12,000 French infantry with 20 guns.
Graham was also sent across the Tormes with his division, which was of about the same strength as the French force, and as the light division was also following, the French retired, recrossed the ford, and rejoined the main body of their army. The next night the batteries again opened fire on San Vicente, and on the 27th the fort and convent were in a blaze. One of the other forts was breached, and both surrendered, just as the storming parties were advancing to the assault, and Marmont retreating the same night across the Douro by the roads to Tordesillas and Toro. As soon as it was possible to enter Salamanca, Terence rode down into the town, accompanied by Ryan. The forts had not yet surrendered, but their hands were so full that they had no time to devote to annoying small parties of British officers passing into the town. Terence had noted down the address that Nita had given him, and at once rode there, after having, with some difficulty, discovered the lane in which the house was situated. An old man came to the door. Terence dismounted. "What can I do for you, senor?" "I wanted to ask you if your niece, Nita, is staying with you." The man looked greatly surprised at the question. "She has done no harm, I hope?" he asked. "Not at all, but I wish to speak to her. Is she married yet to Garcia the muleteer?" The old man looked still more surprised. "No, senor. Garcia is away. He is no longer a muleteer." "Well, you have not answered me if your niece is here." "She is here, senor, but she is not in the house at this moment. She returned here from her father's last autumn. The country was so disturbed that it was not right that young women should remain in the villages." "Will you tell her that a British officer will call to see her in half an hour and beg her to remain in until I come?" "I will tell her, senor." Terence went at once to a silversmith's and bought the handsomest set of silver jewelry, such as the peasants wore, that he had in his shop, including bracelets, necklaces, large filigree hairpin and earrings, and various other ornaments. End of chapter 19. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 20 of Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. Chapter 20. Salamanca. "She is a lucky girl, Terence," Ryan said as they quitted the shop. "She will be the envy of all the peasant girls in the neighborhood when she goes to church in all that finery, to be married to her muleteer." "It has only cost about £20, and I value my freedom at a very much higher price than that, Dick. If I had not escaped, I should not have been in that affair with Marat that got me my promotion, and at the present time should be in some prison in France." "You would not have got your majority, I grant, Terence, but wherever they shut you up, it is morally certain that you would have been long out of it long before this. I don't think anything less than being chained hand and foot and kept in an underground dungeon would suffice to hold you." "I hope I shall never have to try that experiment, Dickie," Terence laughed. "And now I think you had better go into this hotel and order lunch for us both. It is just as well not to attract attention by two of us riding to that lane. We have not done with Marmont yet, and it may be that the French will be masters of Salamanca again before long, and it is just as well not to get the old man or the girl talked about. I will leave my horse here too. See that both of them get a good feed. They have not had overmuch since we crossed the equator." As there were a good many British officers in the town, no special attention was given to Terence as he walked along through the street, which was gay with flags. When he reached the house in the lane, the old man was standing at the door. "Nita is in now, senor. She has not told me why you wanted to see her. She said it was better that she should not do so, but she thought she knew who it was." The girl clapped her hands as he entered the room to which the old man pointed. "Then it is you, Signor Colonel. I wondered when we heard the English were coming if you would be with them. Of course I heard from Garcia that you were gone safely on board a ship at Cadiz. Then I wondered whether, if you did come here, you would remember me." "Then it was very bad of you, Nita. You ought to have been quite sure that I should remember you. If I had not done so, I should have been an ungrateful rascal, and should have deserved to die in the next French prison I got into." How well you speak Spanish now, Signor! Yes, that was principally due to Garcia, but partly from having been in Spain for 6 weeks last autumn. I was with Morass, and we gave the French a regular scare. Then it was you, Signor! We heard that an English officer was in command of the troops who cut all the roads and took numbers of French prisoners and defeated 5,000 of their troops, and as they said, nearly captured Valladolid and Burgos. That was an exaggeration, Nita. Still, we managed to do them a good deal of damage, and kept the French in this part of the country pretty busy. And now, Nita, I have come to fulfill my promise, and he handed her the box in which the jeweler had packed up his purchases. These are for your wedding, Nita, and if it comes off while we are in this part of the country, I shall come and dance at it. The girl uttered cries of delight as she opened parcel after parcel. Oh, Signor, it is too much altogether, she cried as she laid them all out on the table before her. Not a bit of it, Terence said. But for you, I should be in prison now. If they had been 10 times as many, and 10 times as costly, I should still have felt your debtor all my life. And where is Garcia now? He has gone to join Murillo, she said. He always said that as soon as the English came to our help, he should go out. So 6 weeks ago, he sold all his mules and bought a gun and went off. I am sorry not to have seen him, Terence said. And now, Nita, when he returns, you are to give him this little box. It contains a present to help you both start housekeeping in good style. You see that I have put your name and his both on it. No one can say what may happen in war. Remember that this is your joint property, and if by ill fortune he should not come back again, then it becomes yours. Oh, Signor, you are altogether too good. Oh, I am a lucky girl. I am sure that no maid ever went to church before with such splendid ornaments. How envious all the girls will be of me! I expect the men will be equally envious of Garcia, Nita. Now, if you will take my advice, you will not show these things to anyone at present, but will hide them in the box in some very safe place until you are quite sure that the French will never come back again. If your neighbors saw them, some ill-natured person might tell the French that you had received them from an English officer, and then it might be supposed that you have been acting as a spy for us. So it is better that you should tell no one, not even your uncle, that is, if you have not already mentioned it to him. I have never told him, the girl said. He is a good man and very kind, but he is very timid and afraid of getting into trouble. If he asks me who you are and what you wanted, I shall tell him that you are an English officer who was in prison, that you always bought your fruit of me, and said if you ever came to Salamanca again, you would find me out. That will do very well. Now I will say goodbye, Nita. If we remain here after the French have retreated, I will come and see you again, for there are so many English officers here that I would not be noticed. But there may be a battle any day, or Marmont may fall back, and we should follow him, so that I may not get an opportunity again. I hope you will come. I do hope you will come. I will bury all these things this evening in the ground in the kitchen after my uncle has gone to bed. Well, goodbye, Nita. I must be off now, as I have a friend with me. When you see Garcia, you can tell him that you have given me a kiss. I'm sure he will not mind. I should not care if he did, the girl said saucily as she held up her face. Goodbye, Signor. I shall always think of you and pray the Virgin to watch over you. After Marmont fell back across the Douro, there was a pause in the operations, and as the British army was quartered in and around Salamanca, the city soon swarmed with British soldiers, and presented a scene exactly similar to that which it had worn when occupied by Moore's army nearly 4 years before. What fun it was, Terence, Ryan said, when we frightened the place out of its very senses by the report that the French were entering the town. That is all very well, Dick, but I think that you and I were just as much frightened as the Spaniards were when we saw how the thing had succeeded, and that all our troops were called out. There is no saying what they would have done to us had they found out who started the report. The very least thing that would have happened would have been to be tried by court-martial and dismissed from the service. And I am by no means sure that worse than that would not have befallen us.
Yes, it would have been an awful business if we'd been found out. Still, it was a game, wasn't it? What an awful funk they were in. It was the funniest thing I ever saw. Things have changed since then, Terence, and I'm afraid we have quite done with jokes of that sort. I should hope so, Dick. I think I can answer for myself, but I am by no means sure as to you. I like that, Ryan said indignantly. You were always the leader in mischief. I believe you would be now if you had a chance. I don't know, Terence replied a little more seriously than he had before spoken. I have been through a wonderful number of adventures since then, and I don't pretend that I have not enjoyed them in something of the same spirit in which we enjoyed the fun we used to have together. But you see, I have had an immense deal of responsibility. I have 2,000 men under me, and though Bull and McWhitty are good men, so far as the carrying out of an order goes, they are still too much troopers, seldom make a suggestion, and never really discuss any plan I suggest, so that the responsibility of the lives of all these men really rests entirely upon my shoulders. It has been only when I have been separated from them, as when I was a prisoner, that I have been able to enjoy an adventure in the same sort of way that we used to do together. I little thought then, Terence, that in 3 years and a half, for that is about what it is, I should be a captain and you a major, for I don't count your Portuguese rank one way or the other. Of course, you have had 2 more years' regimental work than I have had. It would have been much better for me if I have had a longer spell of it too. Of course, I have been extraordinarily fortunate, and it has been very jolly, but I am sure it would have been better for me to have had more experience as a subaltern before all this began. Well, I cannot say I see it, Terence. At any rate, you have had a lot more regimental work than most officers, for you had to form your regiment, teach them discipline, and everything else, and I don't think that you would have done it so well if you had been ground down into the regular regimental pattern, and had come to think that powder and pipe clay were actual indispensables in turning out soldiers. The quiet time at Salamanca lasted a little over a fortnight, for in the beginning of July, Lord Wellington heard that, in obedience to King Joseph's reiterated orders, Marmont, having received reinforcements, was preparing to recross the Douro, that Soult was at the point of advancing into Portugal, and that the king himself, with a large army, was on the way to join Marmont. The latter, indeed, was not to have moved till the king joined him, but believing that his own army was ample for the purpose, and eager to gain a victory, unhampered by the king's presence, he suddenly crossed at Tordesillas, and it was only by his masterly movements and a sharp fight at Castile that Wellington succeeded in concentrating his army on the Equator. The British general drew up his army in order of battle on the heights of Vilesa, but the position was a strong one. Marmont knew the country perfectly, and instead of advancing to the attack, he started at daybreak on the 20th, marched rapidly up the river, and crossed it before any opposition could be offered, and then marched for the Tormes. By this movement he had turned Wellington's right flank, was as near Salamanca as were the British, and had it in his power, unless checked, to place himself on the road between Salamanca and Ciudad, and so to cut their line of retreat. Seeing his position thus turned, Wellington made a corresponding movement, and the 2 armies marched along lines of hills parallel with each other, the guns on both sides occasionally firing. All day long they were but a short distance apart, and at any moment the battle might have been brought on. But Wellington had no opportunity for fighting except at a disadvantage, and Marmont, having gained the object for which he had maneuvered, was well content to maintain his advantage. At nightfall the British were on the heights of Cabeca and Aldea Rubia, and so secured their former position at San Cristobal. Marmont, however, had reached a point that gave him the command of the ford at Huerta, and had it in his power to cross the Tormes when he pleased, and either to recross to Salamanca or to cut the road to Ciudad. He had proved, too, that his army could outmarch the British, for although they had already made a march of some distance when the race began, he had gained ground throughout the day, in spite of the efforts of the British to keep abreast of him. Moreover, Marmont now had his junction with the king's army, approaching from Madrid, securely established, and could either wait for his arrival or give battle if he saw a favorable opportunity. Wellington's position was grave. he had not only to consider his adversary's force, but the whole course of the war, which a disaster would imperil. He had the safety of the whole peninsula to consider, and a defeat would not only entail the loss of the advantage he had gained in Spain, but would probably decide the fate of Portugal also. He determined, however, to cover Salamanca till the last moment, in hopes that Marmont may make some error that would afford him an opportunity of dealing a heavy blow. The next morning the Allies occupied their old position at San Cristobal, while the French took possession of Alba, whence the Spaniards had been withdrawn without notice to Wellington. The evening before, the British general had sent a dispatch to the Spanish commander, saying that he feared that he should be unable to hold his position. The messenger was captured by the French cavalry, and Marmont, believing that Wellington was about to retreat, and fearing that he might escape him, determined to fight, rather than wait for the arrival of the king. The French crossed the Tormes by the fords of Huerta and Alba, the British by other fords across Salamanca. This movement was performed while a terrible storm raged. Many men and horses of the 5th Dragoon Guards were killed by the lightning, while hundreds of the picketed horses broke their ropes and galloped wildly about. The position of the British army in the morning was very similar to that occupied by a portion of it when besieging the forts of Salamanca, extending from the fort of Santa Marta to the heights near the village of Arapiles. This line covered Salamanca, but it was open to Marmont to march round Wellington's right and so cut his communications with Ciudad. During the night, Wellington heard that the French would be joined, in the course of 2 days, by 20 guns and 2,000 cavalry, and resolved to retire before these came up, unless Marmont afforded him some opportunity of fighting to advantage. The latter, however, was too confident of victory to wait for the arrival of this reinforcement, still less for that of the king, and at daybreak he took possession of a village close to the British, thereby showing that he was resolved to force on a battle. Near this were 2 detached hills, called the Arapiles or Hermanitos. They were steep and rugged. As the French were seen approaching, a Portuguese regiment was sent to seize them, and these gained the one nearest to them, while the French took possession of the second. The 7th Division assaulted the height first, and gained and captured half of it. Had Wellington now wished to retire, it would have been at once difficult and dangerous to attempt the movement. His line was a long one, and it would have been impossible to withdraw without running the risk of being attacked while in movement and driven back upon the Tormes. Ignorant of Marmont's precise intentions, for the main body of the French army was almost hidden in the woods, Wellington could only wait until their plans were developed. He therefore contented himself with placing the 4th Division on a slope behind the village of Arapiles, which was held by the light companies of the Guards. The 5th and 6th Divisions were massed behind the hill, where a deep depression hid them from the sight of the enemy. For some time things remained quiet, except that the French and British batteries, on the top of the 2 Hermanitos, kept up a duel with each other. During the pause, the French cavalry had again crossed the Tormes, by one of the fords used in the night by the British, and had taken post at Adela de Jarda, thus placing themselves between the British army and the road to Ciudad. This movement, however, had been covered by the woods. About 12 o'clock, fearing that Wellington would assail the Hermanito held by him, Marmont brought up 2 divisions to that point, and stood ready to oppose an attack which Wellington, indeed, had been preparing, but had abandoned the idea, fearing that such a movement would draw the whole army into a battle on a disadvantageous line. The French marshal, however, fearing that Wellington would retreat by the Ciudad road before he could place a sufficient force on that line to oppose the movement, sent General Macoun with 2 divisions, covered by 50 guns and supported by cavalry, to move along the southern ridge of the basin and menace that road, holding in hand 6 divisions in readiness to fall upon the village of Arapiles, should the British interfere with Macoun's movement. The British line had now pivoted round until its position extended from the Hermanito to near Adela de Jarda. In order to occupy the attention of the British and prevent them from moving, the French force attacked the village of Arapiles, and a fierce struggle took place. Had Marmont waited until Clausel's division, still behind, came up and occupied the ridge, so as to connect the French main army with Macoun's division, their position would have been unassailable. but the fear that Wellington might escape had overcome his prudence, and as Macoun advanced, a great gap was left between his division and that of Marmont. As soon as Wellington perceived the mistake, he saw that his opportunity had come. Orders were dispatched in all directions, and suddenly the two divisions, hidden from the sight of the French behind the Hermanito, dashed down into the valley, where two other divisions joined them. The 4th and 5th were in front, with Bradford's Portuguese, and the 6th and 7th formed the second line, while the Spanish troops marched between them, and the 3rd Division, forming the extreme right at Aldea Tejada. The light divisions of Pax Portuguese and the heavy cavalry remained in reserve on high ground behind them. In spite of a storm of bullets from Macoun's guns, the leading divisions marched steadily forward, and while the 3rd Division dashed across the valley and climbing the ridge, barred his progress, the main line advanced to attack his flank. Marmont, seeing the terrible danger in which Macoun was involved, sent officer after officer to hasten out the troops from the forest, and with his centre prepared to attack the English Hermanito, and to drive them from that position of the village they still held. But as he was hurrying to join Macoun, a shell exploded near him, hurling him to the ground with a broken arm and 2 deep wounds in his side. This misfortune was fatal to the French chances. Confusion ensued, and the movements of the troops were paralyzed. It was about 5 o'clock when the 3rd Division, under Pakenham, fell upon Macoun's leading division, and 2 batteries of artillery suddenly opened fire on their flank from the opposite height. Having no expectation of such a stroke, and believing that the British were ere this in full retreat along the Ciudad road, the French were hurrying forward, lengthening out into a long, straggling line. The onslaught of Pakenham's division was irresistible, supported as it was by guns and cavalry. Nevertheless, the French bore themselves gallantly, forming line as they marched forward, while their guns poured showers of grapes into the approaching infantry. Nothing, however, could stop them. Pressing forward, they broke the half-formed lines into fragments, and drove them back in confusion upon the columns behind. The French cavalry endeavored to check the British advance by a charge on their flank, but were repulsed by the infantry, and the British light horsemen charged, and drove them off the field. Pushing forward, Pakenham came under the second half of the division they had defeated, formed up on the wooded heights, one face being opposed to him, and the other to the 5th Division. Bradford's Portuguese, and a mass of cavalry moving across the basin. The French had been already driven out of Arapiles, and were engaged in action with the 4th Division, but the battle was to some extent retrieved, for Clausel's division had arrived from the forest, and reinforced Macoun and spread across the basin, joining hands with the divisions near the French Hermanito. Marmont had been carried off the field. Bonnet, who had succeeded him, was disabled, and the chief command devolved on Clausel, a general of talent, possessing great coolness and presence of mind. His dispositions were excellent, but his troops were broken up into lines, columns, and squares. A strong wind raised the sandy soil in clouds of dust. The sinking sun shone full in the faces of the troops, and at once concealed the movements of their enemies from them, and prevented them from acting with any unity. Suddenly, 2 heavy bodies of light and heavy cavalry broke from the cloud of dust and fell upon them. 1,200 Frenchmen were trampled down, and as cavalry rode on, the 3rd Division ran forward at the double, through the gap that they had formed. Line after line of the French infantry was broken and scattered, and 5 of their guns captured by one of the squadrons. 2,000 prisoners were taken, and the 3 divisions that Macoun had commanded were a mass of fugitives. In the meantime, a terrible battle was raging in the center. Here Clausel had gathered 3 fresh divisions, and behind these the fugitives on the left rallied. He placed 3 others, supported by the whole of the cavalry, to cover the retreat, while yet another remained behind the French Hermanito. Pax Portuguese were advancing against it, and arrived nearly at the summit, when the French reserves leapt from the rocks and opened a tremendous fire on their front and left flank, and the Portuguese were driven down the hill with much loss. Almost at the same moment, one of the regiments of the 4th Division were suddenly charged by 1,200 French soldiers, hidden behind a declivity, and driven back with heavy loss. For a moment it seemed that the fate of the battle might yet be changed, but Wellington had the strongest reserve. The 6th Division was brought up, and though the French fought obstinately, Clausel was obliged to abandon the Hermanito, and the army began to fall back, the movement being covered by their guns and the gallant charges of their cavalry. The whole of the British reserves were now brought into action and hotly pressed them, but for the most part maintaining their order, the French fell back into the woods, and followed by the darkness, and nobly covered by Macoun, who had been strongly reinforced, they drew off with comparatively little loss, thanks to the Spaniards' abandonment of the fort guarding the ford at Alba. Believing the French must make for the fort of Huerta, Wellington had greatly strengthened his force on that side, and after a long march to the ford, was bitterly disappointed on arriving there at midnight to find that there was no sign of the enemy, although it was not until morning that he learned that they had passed unmolested over the ford of Alba. Had it not been for the Spanish disobedience and folly, Marmont's whole army would have had no resource but to surrender. Marmont's strength when the fight began was 42,000 infantry and cavalry and 74 guns. Wellington had 46,000 infantry and cavalry and 60 pieces, but this included a considerable Spanish force and one of their batteries, the 100 Portuguese, who, however, could not be reckoned as good troops. The pursuit of the French was taken up hotly next morning, and they were chased for 40 miles that day. But the following morning they eluded their pursuers, marched to Valladolid, drew off the garrison there, and left it to be occupied by the British the following day. The Minho regiment had been, 2 days before the battle, attached to the 6th Division. For a time being in the second line, they looked on, impatient spectators of the fight, but at the crisis of the battle they were brought up to check Clausel's impetuous counterattack, and nowhere was the struggle fiercer. Holz's brigade, to which they were attached, bore more than its share of the fighting, and the 11th and the 61st together had but 160 men and officers left when the battle was over. The Portuguese fought valiantly, and the fact that their countrymen had been defeated in their attempt to capture the French Hermanito inspired them with a fierce determination to show that Portuguese troops could fight as well as their allies. They pushed forward well abreast of the other regiments of the brigade and suffered equally. In vain the French attempted to check their advance. Showers of grape swept their ranks, volleys of musketry at a distance of about a few yards, withered up their front lines, and for a time hand-to-hand fight with bayonets raged. In the terrible roar of artillery and musketry, words of command were unheard, but the men mechanically filled up the gaps in their ranks, and the one thought of all was to press forward until at length the French yielded and fell sullenly back, disputing every yard of the ground, and a fresh division took up the pursuit. The order to halt was given. The men looked round, confused and dazed, as if waking from a dream. Grimed with powder, soaked with perspiration, breathless and haggard, many seemed scarcely able to keep their feet, and every limb trembled at the sudden cessation of the terrible strain. Then, as they looked round their ranks and to the ground they had passed over, now so thickly dotted with dark uniforms, hoarse sobs broke from them, and men who had gone unflinchingly through the terrible struggle burst into tears. The regiment had gone into action over 2,000 strong. Scarce 1,200 remained unwounded. Of the officers, Bull had fallen, desperately wounded. McWhitty had been shot through the head. A shell had struck Terence's horse, and bursting, had carried off the rider's leg above the knee. The men near him uttered a simultaneous cry as he fell, and regardless of the fight, oblivious to the storm of shot and shell, had knelt beside him. Terence was perfectly sensible. "Do one of you give me my flask out of my holster," he said, "and another cut off the leg of my trousers, as high as you can above the wound. That's right. Now for the bandages." As every soldier in the regiment carried one in his hat, half a dozen of these were at once produced. "Is it bleeding much?" he asked. "Not much, Colonel." "That is fortunate. Now find a smooth round stone, lay it on the inside of the leg, just below where you have cut the trousers. Now put a bandage round and round as tightly as you can do it. That is right. Now take the ramrod of one of my pistols, put it through the bandage, and then twist it. You need not be afraid of hurting me. My leg is quite numbed at present. That is right. Put another bandage on, so as to hold the ramrod in its place. Now fetch a flannel shirt from my valise, fold it up so as to make a pad that will go over the wound, and bandage it there firmly.
Give me another drink, for I feel faint." When all was done, he said, "Put my valise under my head, and throw my cloak over me." "Thank you. I should do very well now. Go forward and join the regiment." "I'm done for this time," he thought to himself when the men left him. "Still, I may pull through. There are many who have had a leg shot off and recovered, and there is no reason why I should not do so. There has not been any great loss of blood. I suppose that something has been smashed up so that it cannot bleed. Ah, here comes the doctor." The doctor was one of several medical students who had enlisted in the regiment, fighting and drilling with the rest, but when occasion offered, acting as surgeons. "I have just heard the news, Colonel. The regiment is heartbroken, but in their fury they went at the French facing them and scattered them like sheep. Canovas, who told me, said that you were not bleeding much, and that he and the others had bandaged you up according to your instructions." "Let me see. It could not have been better," he said. He felt Terence's pulse. "Wonderfully good, considering what a smash you have had. Your vitality must be marvelous, and unless your wound breaks out bleeding badly, I have every hope that you will get over it. Robas and Salinas will be here in a minute, with a stretcher for you, and we will get you to some quiet spot out of the line of fire." Almost immediately 4 men came up with a stretcher, and by the surgeon's orders carried Terence to a quiet spot, sheltered by a spur of the hill from the fire. "There is nothing more you can do for me now, doctor?" "Nothing. It would be madness to take the bandages off at present." "Then please go back to the others. There must be numbers there who want your aid far more than I do." "You can stay with me, Leon, but first go back to where my horse is lying, and bring here the saddle and the 2 blankets strapped behind it. I don't feel any pain to speak of, but it seems to me bitterly cold." The man presently returned with the saddle and blankets. 2 others accompanied him. Both had been hit too seriously to continue with the regiment. Their wounds had been already bandaged. "We thought that we should like to be near you, Colonel, if you do not mind." "Not at all. First, do each of you take a sip at my flask. Leon, I wish you to find a few sticks and try to make a fire. It would be cheerful, although it might not give much warmth." It was dark now. It was 5 o'clock when the 3rd Division threw itself across Macoun's line of march, and the battle had begun. It was dark long before it ended, but during the 3 hours it had lasted, the French had lost a marshal, 7 generals, and 12,500 men and officers killed, wounded, or prisoners, while on the British side a field marshal, 4 generals, and nearly 6,000 British officers and soldiers were killed or wounded. Indeed, the battle itself was concentrated into an hour's hard fighting, and a French officer describing it said that 40,000 men were defeated in 40 minutes. Presently the din of battle died out, and as soon as it did so, Herrera and Ryan both hurried to the side of Terence. "My dear Terence," Ryan said, dropping on his knees beside him, "this is terrible. When I heard the news, I was almost beside myself. As to the men, terrible as their loss is, they talk of no one but you." "I think I shall pull through all right, Ryan. At any rate, the doctor says he thinks I shall, and I think so myself. I am heartily glad that you and Herrera have gone through it all right. What are our losses?" "I don't know yet. We have not had time to count, but not far from half our number. McWhitty is killed, Bull desperately wounded. Fully half the company officers are killed." "That is terrible indeed, Ryan. Poor fellows, poor fellows." "Well, I should say, Herrera, that if you get no orders to join in the pursuit, you had best get all the wounded collected and brought here, and let the regiment light fires and bivouac. There is no chance of getting medical assistance outside the regiment tonight, of course. All the British surgeons will have their hands full with their own men. Still, I suggest this, for of course you are now in command." The wounded had all fallen within a comparatively short distance, and many were able to walk in. The rest were carried, each in a blanket, with 4 men at the corners. Under Ryan's directions, the unwounded scattered over the hillside, and soon brought back a large supply of bushes and faggots. A number of fires were lighted, and the 4 surviving medical students and 1 older surgeon at once began the work of attending the wounded, taking the more serious cases first, leaving the less important ones to be bandaged by their comrades. Many wounded men from other regiments, attracted by the light of the fires, came up, and these too received what aid the Portuguese could give them. The next morning Terence was carried down at daybreak on a stretcher to Salamanca, where the town was in a state of the wildest excitement over the victory. As they entered the gates, an officer asked the bearers, "Who is it?" "Colonel O'Connor of the Minho regiment." The officer knew Terence personally. "I am sorry indeed to see you here, O'Connor. Not very serious, I hope." "A leg cut clean off above the knee, with the fragment of a shell, Percival, but I fancy that I'm going to get over it." "Carry him to the convent of St. Bernard," the officer said to the Portuguese captain who was in command of the party, which consisted of 400 men carrying 100 wounded. "All officers are to be taken there, the others to the San Martin convent." "I will look in and see you as soon as I can, O'Connor, and hope to find you going on well." But few wounded officers had as yet been brought in, and as soon as Terence was carried into a ward, 2 of the staff surgeons examined his wound. "You're doing very well, Colonel," the senior officer said. "You must have received good surgical attention immediately on being wounded. Judging by your pulse, you could have lost but little blood." "It hardly bled at all, doctor, and I had it bandaged up by 2 of my own men. I have seen a good many serious wounds in the course of the last 4 years, and know pretty well what ought to be done." "It has been uncommonly well done, anyhow. I think we had better not disturb the bandages for a few days. If no bleeding sets in by that time, clots of blood will have formed, and you will be comparatively safe. Your pulse is very quiet. Your men must have carried you down very carefully." "If I had been a basket of eggs they could not have taken more care of me. I was scarcely conscious of any movement." "Well, you have youth and good health and good spirits in your favor. If all our patients took things as cheerfully as you do, there would not be so many of them slip through our hands." Bull, who had been brought in immediately after Terence, was next attended to. He was unconscious. He had been struck by a round shot in the shoulder, which had not only smashed the bone, but almost carried away the upper part of the arm. "An ugly wound," the surgeon said to his colleague. "At any rate, we may as well take off the arm while he is unconscious. It will save him a second shock, and we can better bandage the wound when it is removed." A low moan was the only sign that the wounded man had any consciousness that the operation was being performed. "Will he get over it, doctor?" Terence asked when the surgeon had finished. "There is just a chance, but it is a faint one. Has he been a sober man?" "Very. I can answer for the last 4 years at any rate. All the Portuguese officers were abstemious men, and I think that Bull felt that it would not do for him, commanding a battalion, to be less sober than they were." "That increases his chance. Men who drink have everything against them when they get a severe wound. But he has lost a great deal of blood, and the shock has of course been a terrible one." An orderly was told to administer a few spoonfuls of brandy and water, and the surgeon then moved on to the next bed. End of chapter 20. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 21 of Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. Chapter 21. Home Again. The next morning, one of the surgeons brought a basket full of fruit to Terence. "There is a young woman outside, Colonel," he said with a slight smile, "who was crying so bitterly that I was really obliged to bring this fruit up to you. She said you would know who she was, and was heartbroken that she could not be allowed to come up to nurse you. She said that she had heard from one of your men of your wound. I told her that it was quite impossible that any civilian should enter the hospital, but said that I would take her fruit up, and if she would come up every day at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when we went off duty for an hour, I would tell her how you were going on." "She used to sell fruit to the prisoners here," Terence said, "and it was entirely by her aid that I effected my escape last year. And she got a mule here to whom she is engaged,
to take me down from here to Cadiz. I bought her a present when we entered the town, and the other day I told her I hoped to dance at her wedding before long. However, that engagement will not come off. My dancing days are over." The surgeon felt his pulse. "There is a little fever," he said. "So far you are going on marvelously, but you must not be disappointed if you get a sharp turn presently. You can hardly expect to get through a wound like this without having a touch, and perhaps a severe one, of fever. Is there any harm in my eating fruit?" "I would not eat any, but you can drink some of the juice mixed with water. I hope we shall have everything comfortable by tonight. Of course, we are all in the rough at present. Although many of the doctors of the town have been helping us, I don't think there is one medical officer in the army who has taken off his coat since the wounded began to come in yesterday morning." That night, Terence's wound became very painful. Inflammation, accompanied of course with fever, set in, and for a fortnight he was very ill. At the end of that time matters began to mend, and the wound soon assumed a healthy appearance. An operation had been performed and the projecting bone cut off. There were dire sufferings in Salamanca. 6,000 wounded had to be cared for. The French prisoners and their guards fed, and the army had no organization to meet so great a strain. Numbers of lives that might have been saved by care and proper attention were lost, and the spirit of discontent and insubordination, which had its origin in the excesses committed in the sack of the fortresses, rapidly increased. The news from the front after a time seemed more satisfactory. Clausel had been hotly pursued. Had the king with his army joined him, as he might have done, he would have been in a position to again attack the enemy with greatly superior numbers. But Joseph hesitated, and delayed until it was no longer possible. The British army crossed the mountains, and the king was obliged to retire from Madrid and evacuate the capital, which was entered by Wellington on the 25th of August. Early in September, the chief surgeon said to Terence, "There is a convoy of sick going down at the end of the week. I think that it would be best for you to go with them. In the first place, the air of this town is not favorable for recoveries. In some of the hospitals, a large number of men have been carried off by the fever, which so often breaks out when the conditions are bad. In the next place, I am privately informed by the governor that he has received orders from the general to send all who are capable of bearing the journey across the frontier, as soon as possible. Another battle may be fought at any moment. The reinforcements that have come from England are nothing like sufficient to replace the gaps in the army. The French generals are collecting their forces, and it is certain that Wellington will not be able to withstand their combination, and if he should be compelled to retreat, it is all important that he should not be hampered by the necessity of carrying off huge convoys of wounded. The difficulties of transport are already enormous, and it is therefore for many reasons desirable that all who are sufficiently convalescent to march, and all for whom transport can be provided, should start without delay." "I should be very glad, doctor. I have not seemed to gain strength for the last week or 10 days, but I believe that, if I were in the open air, I should gain ground rapidly." Nita had been allowed to come up several times to see Terence since his convalescence began, and the last time she had called had told him that Garcia had returned, being altogether dissatisfied with the feeble proceedings of the guerrilla chief. She came up that afternoon soon after the doctor left, and he told her the news that he had received. The next day she told Terence that Garcia had arranged with her father for his wagon and 2 bullocks, and that he himself would drive it to Lisbon if necessary. "They are fine bullocks, sir," she said, "and there is no fear of their breaking down. Last night I was talking to one of your sergeants, who comes to me every day for news of you. He says that he and about 40 of your men are going down with the convoy. All are able to walk. It is so difficult to get carts that only officers who cannot walk are to be taken this time." "It is very good of Garcia and your father, Nita, but I should manage just as well as the others." "That may be, senor, but it is better to have a friend with you who knows the country. There may be difficulty in getting provisions, and they say that there is a good deal of plundering along the roads, for troops that have lately come up have behaved so badly that the peasants declare they will have revenge, and treat them as enemies if they have the opportunity. Altogether, it is as well to have a friend with you." Terence told the surgeon next morning what had been arranged, and said, "So we shall have room for one more, doctor. Is Major Bull well enough to go with me? He could travel in my wagon, which is sure to be large enough for two to lie in comfortably. Certainly he can. He is making a slow recovery, and I should be glad to send him away, only I have no room for him. If he goes with you, I can send another officer down also, in the place you would have had. Accordingly, on Saturday morning the convoy started. Bull and Terence met for the first time since the day of the battle, as the former had been removed to the other room after the operation. He was extremely weak still, and had to be carried down and placed in the wagon by the side of Terence. Garcia had been greatly affected at the latter's appearance. "I should scarce have known you again, Signor." "I am pulled down a bit, Garcia, but by the time we get to our journey's end, you will see that I shall be a very different man. How comfortable you have made the wagon!" "I have done what I could, Signor. At the bottom are 6 sacks of corn, for it may be that forage will run short. Then I have filled it with hay, and there are enough rugs to lie on, and to cover you well over at night. And down among the sacks is a good-sized box with some good wine, 2 hams in Nita's father's curing, and a stock of sausages, and other things for the journey." Nita came to say good-bye, and wept unrestrainedly at the parting. She and Garcia had opened the little box, and found in it 50 sovereigns, and had agreed to be married as soon as Garcia returned from his journey. As a train of 30 wagons, of which 10 contained provisions for use on the road, issued from the gates, they were joined by the convalescents, 400 in number. All able to do so carried their arms, the muskets of the remainder being placed on the provision wagons. "Have you heard from the regiment, Bull?" Terence asked after they had talked over their time in the hospital and their comrades who had fallen. "No, sir. There is no one I should expect to write to me." "I had a letter from Ryan yesterday," Terence said. "He tells me that they have had no fighting since we left. They form only 1 battalion now, and he says the state of things in Madrid is dreadful. The people are dying of hunger, and the British officers have subscribed and started soup kitchens, and that he, with the other Portuguese regiments, were to march the next day, with 3 British divisions and the cavalry, to join General Clinton, who has fallen back before Clausel." "We all miss you horribly, Terence. Herrera does his best, but he has not the influence over the men that you had. If we have to fall back into Portugal again, which seems to me quite possible, for little more than 20,000 men are fit to carry arms, I fancy that there won't be a great many left round the colours by the spring. Upon my word, I can hardly blame them, Terence. More than half of those who originally joined have fallen, and no doubt the poor fellows think that they have done more than their share towards defending their country." By very short marches, the convoy made its way to the frontier. The British convalescents remained at Guarda, the Portuguese marched for Pinhel, and the carts with the wounded officers continued their journey to Lisbon. The distance travelled had been over 250 miles, and including halts, they had taken 5 weeks to perform it. Terence gained strength greatly during the journey, and Bull had so far recovered that he was able to get out and walk sometimes by the side of the wagon. Garcia had been indefatigable in his efforts for their comfort. Every day he formed an arbor over their wagon, with freshly cut boughs brought in by the soldiers of the regiment, and this kept out the rays of the sun and the flies. At the villages at which they stopped, most of the wounded were accommodated in the houses, but Terence and Bull preferred to sleep in the wagon, the hay being always freshly shaken out for them in the evening. The supplies they carried were most useful in eking out the rations, and Garcia proved himself an excellent cook. Altogether, the journey had been a pleasant one. On arriving at Lisbon, they were taken to the principal hospital. Here the few who would be fit for service again were admitted, while the rest were ordered to be taken down at once to a hospital transport lying in the river. At a landing place, they said goodbye to Garcia, who refused firmly any remuneration for his services, or for the hire of the wagon. And then Terence was lifted into a boat with several other wounded, was taken on board the transport. The surgeon came at once to examine him. "Do you wish to be taken below, Colonel?" he asked Terence. "Certainly not," Terence said. "I can sit up here and enjoy myself as much as ever I could, and the air from the sea will do more for me than any tonics you can give me, doctor." He was placed in a comfortable deck chair, and Bull had another beside him. There were many officers already on board, and Terence presently perceived, in one who was stumping about on a wooden leg, a figure he recognized. He was passing on without recognition, when Terence exclaimed, "Why, O'Grady, is it yourself?"
Terence O'Connor, by the powers! O'Grady shouted. Sure, I didn't know you at first. It is myself, true enough, or what there is left of me. It is glad I am to see you, though in a poor plight. The news came to me that you had lost the leg. There was at first no one in the hospital knew where you were, and I was not able to move about myself to make inquiries. And when I found out before I came away, they said you were very bad, and that even if I could get to you, which I could not, for I had been fitted with a new leg then, I should not be able to see you. It is just my luck. I was hit by one of the first shots fired, and lost all the fun of the fight. Where were you hit, O'Grady? Right in the shin. Faith, I went down so sudden that I thought I had trodden a hole, and was making a scramble to get up again, when young Dawson said, Lie still, O'Grady, they have shot the foot off ye. And so they had, and divil a bit could I find where it had gone to. As I was about the first man hit, they carried me off the field at once, and put me on a wagon, and as soon as it was full, I was taken down to Salamanca. I only stopped there 3 weeks, and I have been here now more than 2 months, and my leg is all right again, but I am a lopsided creature, though it is lucky that it is my left arm and leg that have gone. I was always a good hopper when I was a boy, so that if this wooden thing breaks, I think I should be able to get about pretty well. This is Major Bull, O'Grady. Don't you know him? Faith, I did not know him, but now you tell me who it is, I recognize him. How are you, Major? I am getting on, Captain O'Grady. Major, O'Grady corrected. I got my step at Salamanca. Both our majors were killed, so I shall get a decent pension, a major's pension, and so much for a leg and an arm. That is not so bad, you know. Well, I have no reason to grumble, Bull said. If I had been with my old regiment and got this hurt, a shilling a day would have been the outside. Now I shall get a lieutenant's pension, and so much for my arm and shoulder. I have no doubt you will get another step, Bull. After the way the regiment suffered, and with poor McWhitty killed, you and I both badly wounded, they are sure to give you your step. And indeed, when on their arrival they saw the Gazette, they found that both had been promoted. I suppose it is all for the best, O'Grady said. At any rate, I shall be able to drink decent whiskey for the rest of my life, and not have to be fretting myself with Spanish spirit. Though I don't say there was no virtue in it when you couldn't get anything better. 3 days later, the vessel sailed for England. At Plymouth, Terence O'Grady and several other of the Irish officers left her, Bull promising Terence that when he was quite restored to health, he would come and pay him a visit. Terence and his companion sailed the next day for Dublin. O'Grady had no relations whom he was particularly anxious to see, and therefore, at Terence's earnest invitation, he took a place with him in a coach to leave in 3 days, as both had to buy civilian clothes and to report themselves at headquarters. What are you going to do about the leg, Terence? I can do nothing at present. My stump is a great deal too tender still for me to bear anything of that sort, but I will buy a pair of crutches. This was indeed the first thing done on landing, Terence finding it inconvenient in the extreme to have to be carried wherever he wanted to move, even a few yards. He had written home 2 or 3 times from the hospital, telling them how he was getting on, for he knew that when his name appeared among the list of dangerously wounded, his father and cousin would be in a state of great anxiety until they received news of him. And as soon as they had taken their places in the coach, he dropped them a line saying when they might expect him. They had met with contrary winds on their voyage home, but the 3 weeks at sea had done great things for Terence, and except for the pinned-up trouser leg, he looked almost himself again. "Jabers, Terence," O'Grady said, as the coach drove them to Athlone. "One might think that it was only yesterday that we went away. There are the old shops, and the same people standing at the doors to see the coach come in. And I think I could swear even to that cock, standing at the gate leading into the stables. What games we had here! Who would have thought that when we came back, you would be my senior officer?" When 15 miles beyond Athlone, there was a hail, and the coach suddenly stopped. O'Grady looked out the window. "It's your father, Terence, and the prettiest girl I've seen since we left the old country." He opened the door and got out. "Hurroo, Major! Here we are, safe and sound. We didn't expect to meet you for another 8 miles." Major O'Connor was hurrying to the door, but the girl was there before him. "Welcome home, Terence! Welcome home!" she exclaimed, smiling through her tears as she leaned into the coach and held out both her hands to him, and then drew aside to make room for his father. "Welcome home, Terence," the latter said as he wrung his hand. "I did not think it would have been like this, but it might have been worse." "A great deal worse, father. Now, will you and the guard help me out? This is the most difficult business I have to do." It was with some difficulty he was got out of the coach. As soon as he had steadied himself on his crutches, Mary came up again, threw her arms round his neck, and kissed him. "We are cousins, you know, Terence," she said, "and as your arms are occupied, I shall have to take the initiative." She was half laughing and half crying. The guard hurried to get the portmanteaus out of the boot. As soon as he had placed them in the road, he shouted to the coachman, and climbed up onto his post as the vehicle drove on, the passengers on the roof giving hearty cheers for the two disabled officers. By this time, the major was heartily shaking hands with O'Grady. "I saw in the Gazette that you were hit again, O'Grady." "Yes, I left one little memento myself in Portugal, and it was only right that I should leave another in Spain. It has been worrying me a good deal, because I should have liked to have brought them home to be buried in the same grave with me, so as to have everything handy together. How they are ever to be collected when the time comes bothers me entirely, when I can't even point out where they are to be found." "You have not lost your good spirits anyhow, O'Grady." "I never shall, I hope, O'Connor, and even if I had been inclined to, Terence would have brought them back again." As they stood chatting, a manservant had placed the portmanteaus on the box of a pretty open carriage, drawn by two horses. "This is our state carriage, Terence, though we don't use it very often, for when I go about myself I ride. Mary has a pony carriage and drives herself about. You remember Pat Cassidy, don't you?" "Of course I do, now I look at him," Terence said. "It is your old soldier servant," and he shook hands with the man. "He did not come home with you, did he, father?" "No, he was badly wounded at Talavera and invalided home. They thought that he would not be fit for service again, and so discharged him, and he found his way here, and glad enough I was to have him." Aided by his father and O'Grady, Terence took his place in the carriage. His father seated himself by his side, while Mary and O'Grady had the opposite seat. "There is one advantage in losing legs," O'Grady said. "We can stow away much more comfortably in a carriage. Is this the nearest point to your place?" "Yes, it is 4 miles nearer than Ballyhovey, so we thought that we might as well meet you here, and more comfortably than meeting you in the town. It was Mary's suggestion. I think she would not have liked to have kissed Terence in the public street." "Nonsense, uncle," Mary said indignantly. "Of course I should have kissed him anywhere. Are we not cousins? And didn't he save me from being shut up in a nunnery all my life?" "All right, Mary, it is quite right that you should kiss him. Still, I should say it was pleasanter to do so when you had not a couple of score of loafers looking on, who would not know that he was your cousin, and had saved you from a convent." "You are looking well, father," Terence said to turn the conversation. "Never was better in my life, lad, except that I am obliged to be careful with my leg. But after all, it may be that, though it seemed hard to me at the time, it was well that I left the regiment when I did. Quite half the officers have been killed since then. Vimera accounted for some of them. Major Harrison went there, and gave me my step. Talavera made several more vacancies, and Salamanca cost us 10 officers, including poor O'Driscoll. I am lucky to have come off as well as I did. It did not seem a very cheerful lookout at first, but since this young woman arrived and took possession of me, I am as happy and contented as a man can be." "I deny altogether having taken possession of you, uncle. I let you have your way very much, and only interfere for your own good." "You will have another patient to look after now, dear, and to fuss over." "I will do my best," she said softly, leaning forward and putting her hand on that of Terence. "I know that it will be terribly dull for you at first, after being constantly on the move for the last 5 years, and always full of excitement and adventure, to have to keep quiet and do nothing." "I shall get on very well," he said. "Just at first, of course, I shall not be able to get about very much, but I shall soon learn to use my crutches, and I hope before very long to get a leg of some sort, and I don't see why I should not be able to ride again after a bit.
If I cannot do it any other way, I must take to a side saddle, and have a leg specially made for riding, with a crook in the knee." Mary laughed while the tears came in her eyes. "Why, bless me, Mary," he went on, "the loss of a leg is nothing when you are accustomed to it. I shall be able, as I have said, to ride, drive, shoot, fish, and all sorts of things. The only thing that I shall be cut off from, as far as I can see, is dancing. But as I have never had a chance at dancing since the last ball the regiment gave at Athlone, the loss would not be a very grievous one. Look at O'Grady. There he is much worse off than I am, as he is no one to make any particular fuss about him. He is getting on capitally, and indeed stumped about the deck so much coming home that the captain begged him to have a pad of leather put on the bottom of his leg to save the decks. O'Grady is a philosopher, and I shall try to follow his example." "Why should one bother oneself, Miss O'Connor, when bothering won't help? When the war is over, I shall buy Tim Doolan, my soldier servant, out. He is a vile, drunken villain, but I understand him, and he understands me. And he blubbered so when he carried me off the field, and had to promise him that, if a French bullet did not carry him off, I would send for him when the war was over." "You know you can't do without me, your honour," the scoundrel said. "I could do better without you than with you, Tim," says I. "Ye are always getting me into trouble with your drunken ways. Ye would have been flogged 12 times if I hadn't screened you. Take up your musket and join your regiment. You rascal, you are smelling of drink now, and divil a drop, except water, is there in me flask." "I did it for your own good," says he. "You know that spirits always hates your blood, and water would be best for you when the fighting began, so I just sacrificed myself. For, I says to myself, if you get fighting a little wild, Tim, it doesn't matter a bit, but the captain will have to keep cool, so it is best that you should drink out the spirits and fill the flask up with water to quench his thirst." "Be off, ye black villain," I said, "or I will strike you." "You will never be able to do without me, Captain," says he, picking up his musket, and with that he trudged away, and for aught I know he never came out of the battle alive. The others laughed. "They were always quarreling, Mary," Terence said, "but I agree with Tim that his master will find it very hard to do without him, especially about 1 o'clock in the morning." "I'm ashamed of you, Terence," O'Grady said earnestly, "taking away me character when I've come down here as your guest."
"It is too bad, O'Grady," Major O'Connor said, "but you know Terence was always conspicuous for his want of respect towards his elders."
"He was that same, O'Connor. I did me best for the boy, but there is some on whom education and example are clean thrown away." "You are looking pale, Cousin Terence," Mary said. "Am I? My leg is hurting me a bit. Ireland is a great country, but its byroads are not the best in the world, and this jolting shakes me up a bit." "How stupid I was not to think of it," she said, and rising in her seat, told Cassidy to drive at a walk. They were now only half a mile from the house. "You will hardly know the old place again, Terence," his father said. "And a very good thing too, father, for a more tumble-down old shanty I never was in." "It was the abode of our race, Terence." "Well, then, it says mighty little for our race, father." "Ah, but it did not fall into the state you saw it in till my father died a year after I got my commission." "I won't blame them then, but at any rate I am glad I'm coming home to a house and not to a ruin." "Ah, that is more like a home," he said as a turn of the road brought them in sight of the building. "You have done wonders, Mary. That is a house fit for any Irish gentleman to live in." "It has been altered so that it can be added to, Terence, but at any rate it is comfortable. As it was before, it made one feel rheumatic to look at it." On arriving at the house, Terence refused all assistance. "I am going to be independent as far as I can," he said, and slipping down from the seat into the bottom of the chassis, he was able to put his foot down onto the ground, and by the aid of his crutches, to get out and enter the house unaided. "That is the old parlor, I think," he said, glancing into one of the rooms. "Yes, it is your father's snuggery now. There is scarcely any alteration there, and he can mess about as he likes with his guns and fishing tackle and swords. This is the dining room now."
and she led the way along a wide passage to the new part of the house, where a bright fire was blazing in a handsome and well-furnished room. An invalid's chair had been placed by the fire, and opposite it was a large, cozy armchair. "That is for your use, Major O'Grady," she said. "Now, Terence, you are to lay yourself up in that chair. I will bring a small table to your side and put your dinner there." "I will lie down until the dinner is ready, Mary, but I am perfectly capable of sitting at the table. I did so the last week before leaving the ship." "You shall do that tomorrow. You may say what you like, but I can see that you are very tired, and for today you will take it easy. I am going to be your nurse, and I can assure you that you will have to obey orders. You have been in independent command quite long enough." "It is of no use, Terence. You must do as you are told," his father said. "The only way to get on with this young woman is to let her have her own way. I have given up opposing her long ago, and you will have to do the same." Terence did not find it unpleasant to be nursed and looked after, and even to obey peremptory orders. A month later, Mary came into the room quietly one afternoon when he was sitting and looking into the fire, as his father O'Grady had driven over to Kilnally. Absorbed in his own thoughts, he did not hear her enter. Thinking that he was asleep, she paused at the door. A moment later she heard a deep sigh. She came forward at once. "What are you sighing about, Terence? Your leg is not hurting you, is it?" "No, dear, it has pretty well given up hurting me." "What were you sighing about, then?" He was silent for a minute, and then said, "Well, you see, one cannot help sighing a little at the thought that one is laid up, a useless man, when one is scarce 21. "You have done your work, Terence. You have made a name for yourself when others are just leaving college and thinking of choosing a profession. You have done more in 5 years than most men achieve in all their lifetime. This is the first time I have heard you grumble. I know it is hard, but what has specially upset you today?" "I suppose I am a little out of sorts," he said. "I was thinking perhaps how different it might have been if it hadn't been for that unlucky shell." "You mean that you might have gone on to Burgos and fallen in the assault there, or shared in that dreadful retreat to the frontier again?" "No, I was not thinking of Spain, nor even of the army. I was thinking of here." "But you said over and over again, Terence, that you will be able to ride and drive and get about like other people in time." "Yes, dear, in many respects it will be the same, but not in one respect." Then he broke off. "I am an ungrateful brute. I have everything to make me happy, a comfortable home, a good father, and a dear little sister to nurse me." "What did I tell you, sir," she said after a pause, "when I said good-bye to you at Coimbra? That I would rather be your cousin. You were quite hurt, and I said that you were a silly boy and would understand better some day." "I have understood since," he said, "and was glad that you were not my sister. But now, you see, things have altogether changed, and I must be content with sistership." The girl looked into the fire, and then said in a low voice, "Why, Terence?" "You know why," he said. "I have had no one to think of but you for the last 4 years. Your letters were the greatest pleasures of my life. I thought over and over again of those last words of yours, and I had some hope that, when I came back, I might say to you, 'Dear Mary, I am grateful indeed that you are my cousin, and not my sister. A sister is a very dear relation, but there is one dearer still.' Don't be afraid, dear, I am not going to say so now. Of course that is over, and I hope that I shall come in time to be content to think of you as a sister." "You are very foolish, Terence," she said almost with a laugh. "As foolish as you were at Coimbra. Do you think that I should have said what I did then if I had not meant it? Did you not save me at the risk of your life from what would have been worse than death? Have you not been my hero ever since? Have you not been the center of our thoughts here, the great topic of our conversation? Have not your father and I been proud as peacocks when we read of your rapid promotion and the notices of your gallant conduct? And do you think it would make any difference to me if you would come back with both your legs and arms shot off? No, dear, I am just as dissatisfied with the relationship you propose as I was 3 years ago, and it must be either cousin or—" And she stopped. She was standing up beside him now. "Or wife?" he said, taking up her hand. "Is it possible you mean wife? Her face was a sufficient answer, and he drew her down to him.
"You silly boy," she said 5 minutes afterwards. "Of course I thought of it all along. I never made any secret of it to your father. I told him that our escape was like a fairy tale, and that it must have the same ending, and they married and lived happily ever after. He would never have let me have my way with the house if I had not confided in him. He said that I could spend my money as I pleased on myself, but that not one penny should be laid out on his house, and I was obliged to tell him. I am afraid I blushed furiously as I did so, but I had to say, 'Don't you see, uncle?' Of course I always called him uncle from the first, though he is always a cousin. 'I have quite made up my mind that it will be my house some day, and the money may just as well be laid out on it now, to make it comfortable, instead of waiting till that time comes.'"
"What did my father say?"
"Oh, he said all sorts of nonsense, just the sort of thing that you Irishmen always do say. That he had hoped perhaps it might be so, from the moment he got your letter, and that the moment he saw me, he felt sure that it would be so, for it must be, if you had any eyes in your head."
When Major O'Connor came home, he was greatly pleased, but he took the news as a matter of course. "Faith," he said, "I would have disinherited the boy if he had been such a fool as to not appreciate you, Mary." O'Grady was loud in his congratulations.
"It is just your luck, Terence," he said. "Luck is everything. Here am I, a battered hero who has lost an arm and a foot in the service of me country, and divil a girl has thrown herself upon me neck. Here you are, a mere goosen, 15 years my junior in the service, mentioned a score of times in dispatches, promoted over my head, and now you have won one of the prettiest creatures in Ireland, and what is a good deal more to the point, though you may not think of it at present, with a handsome fortune of her own. In faith, there is no understanding the ways of Providence."
A week afterwards, the whole party went out to Dublin, as Terence and O'Grady had to go before a medical board. A fortnight later, a notice appeared in the Gazette that Lieutenant Colonel Terence O'Connor had retired from the service, on half pay with the rank of colonel. The marriage did not take place for another 6 months, by which time Terence had thrown away his crutches and had taken to an artificial leg, so well constructed that were it not for a certain stiffness in his walk, the loss would not have been suspected by a casual observer. For 3 months previous to the event, a number of men had been employed in building a small but pretty house, some quarter of a mile from the mansion, intended for the occupation of Majors O'Connor and O'Grady. "It will be better in every way, Terence," his father insisted when his son and Mary remonstrated against their thus proposing to leave them. "O'Grady and I have been comrades for 20 years, and we shall feel more at home in bachelor's quarters than here. I can run in 3 or 4 times a day if I like, and I expect I shall be as much here as over there, whereas if I lived here I should often be feeling myself in the way, though I know that you would never say so. It is better for young people to be together, and maybe some day the house will be none too large for you." The house was finished by the time the wedding took place, and the 2 officers moved into it. The wedding was attended by all the tenants and half the country round, and it was agreed that the bride's jewels were the most magnificent that had ever been seen in that part of Ireland, though some objected that diamonds alone would have been more suitable for the occasion than the emeralds. Terence on his return had heard from his father that his uncle Tim Mammons had called very soon after the Major had returned to his old home. He had been very friendly, and had been evidently mollified by Terence's name appearing in general orders, but his opinion that he would end his career by a rope had been in no way shaken. He had, however, continued to pay occasional visits, and the rapid rise of the scapegrace, and his frequent mention in dispatches, were evidently a source of much gratification to him, and it was not long after his return that his uncle again came over. "We will let bygones be bygones, Terence," he said as he shook hands with him. "You have turned out a credit to your mother's name, and I am proud of you, and I hold my head high when I say Colonel Terence O'Connor, who was always playing mischief with the French, is my great-nephew, and the good Mammons' blood shines out clearly in him." There was no one who played a more conspicuous part at the wedding than Uncle Tim. At his own request, he proposed the health of the bride and bridegroom. "I take no credit to myself," he said, "that Colonel Terence O'Connor is the hero of this occasion.
Never was there a boy whose destiny was so marked as his, and it is many a time I predicted that it was not either by flood or fire, or quietly in his bed, that he would die. If, when the regiment was ordered abroad, I had offered him a home, I firmly believe that my prediction would have been verified before now. But I closed my doors to him, and the consequence was that he expended his devilment upon the French, and it is a deal better for him that it is only a leg that he lost, which is a much less serious matter than having his neck unduly stretched. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I can say with pride that I have no small share in this matter, and it is glad I am that when I go I can leave my money behind me, feeling that it won't all go to the dogs before I have been 12 months in my grave. Another old friend was present at the wedding. Bull had made a slow recovery, and had been some time before he regained his strength. When he was gazetted out of the service, he secured a step in rank and retired as a major. In after years, he made frequent visits to Terence, to whom, as he always declared, he owed it that instead of being turned adrift on a nominal pension, he was now able to live in comfort and ease. When 4 months later Tim Lamons was thrown out of his trap when driving home late at night, and broke his neck, it was found that he had left the whole of his property to Terence, and as the rents of the estate amounted to £600 a year, no inconsiderable proportion of the land which had for many years past been accumulating, the legacy placed Terence in a leading position among the gentry of Minho. For very many years the house was one of the most popular in the country. It had been found necessary to make additions to it, and it had now attained the dignity of a mansion. The 3 officers followed, with the most intense interest, the bulletins and dispatches from the war, and on the day when the Allies entered Paris, the services of Tim Doolan, who had been invalided home a year after the return of his master, and had been discharged as unfit for further service, were called into requisition, for the first time since his return, to assist his master back to the house. O'Grady, however, explained most earnestly to Mary O'Connor, the next day, that it was not the whisky at all, but his wooden leg that had got out of order, and would not carry him straight. Dick Ryan went through the war unscathed, and after Waterloo, retired from the service with the rank of lieutenant colonel, married and settled at Athlone, and the closest intimacy and very frequent intercourse were maintained between him and his comrades in the Minho Fusiliers. Terence in time quite ceased to feel the loss of his leg, and was able to join in all field sports, becoming in time master of the hounds and one of the most popular sportsmen in the country. His wife always declared that his wound was the most fortunate thing that ever happened to him, for had it not been for that, he would most likely have fallen in some of the later battles in the peninsula. "It is a good thing to have luck," she said, "and Terence had plenty of it, but it does not do to tempt fortune too far. The pitcher that goes too often to the well gets broken in the end." End of chapter 21, and end of Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. Recording by Charles Sapp, Bruce, South Dakota.